Ooh, we're back live. We are live once again. It's been a while. It's been a while since we've been live. It's been a while. Do, 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 do. It's good to be back, football fans. Round two kicking off in about, let's see, when are we kicking off? About 30 minutes, less than 30 minutes to round two. What a crazy, crazy first day. Geezer, my man. Geezer, good to see you. It's good to see you. Mostya, how goes it? Welcome in, guys. Long time no speak in terms of all of this craziness, the live streaming. I've missed it so much, but what a great time we had. Titans are fucked, and I'm all for it. I don't know. Okay, so I love Treylon Burks, so I like the trade. I like the trade that Tennessee did. Saving money, Treylon Burks, Got my yerba mate. How have you guys been? It's good to see you. Haven't felt this bad. Wait, was that against the Niners, week 15, I think? Well, we know how that ended, Geezer. We know that you guys ended up beating us. Yeah, talk about some crazy trades. I was really surprised at the Hollywood Brown trade. I did not expect that, but apparently he has not been happy in Baltimore in that offense, So true. Now, Geezer, can you tell me how's the microphone? It's not too loud. It's not too quiet. Is there any echo? All right. Bang, bang, Niner gang. What is up, good sir? Who do I think? Well, right here on the top right of the screen, you're going to see those are my guys who I would love. Realistically, I don't know if they'll be there. Raul, how we doing, bud? Good to see you, Raul. Jalen Petrie. There's a lot of great guys. There's a lot of great guys here to choose from. So I have this list. I'll be updating this list as we go, updating the people who are on the clock. Thank you, Geezer. Oh, appreciate that. Good thing there's no crazy issues going on. Right here on my page here, I actually have about maybe 60 some odd players, guys who I would like to draft today. Niners of 3 picks. Let me see if there's any way. Niners of 3 picks. I'll get a little closer to the mic. But, we have pick 61, pick 93, and we have pick 105. That's the compensatory pick. A lot of players. So what you're going to see, my top 5 best available. Spinic Danger. Go Niners. Let's go. I'm happy that Debo is still a 49er. I'm knocking on wood, just kind of hoping it stays that way. But Shifty, the A.J. Brown trade was very unexpected, although it seemed like, hit that like button, everybody. Hit that like button. Let's do it up. But who I would like at 61. I mean, honestly, if it gets to like pick 50, and if Jalen Petrie is still available, I would absolutely trade up for him. I'd even give up pick 105 to get Petrie because he just does it all. And he fills a big need because we really need another starting safety opposite Petrie. Now, if Petrie goes early, if Jaquan Brisker goes early, then I'm okay staying for safety. And we could always bring back Jaquaski Tart. But, all good, Mostya. All good. All righty. Yeah, so you'll see in the top right, and I'm going to update it as we go in terms of the top 5 best available for the 49ers. So when you see this list, and of course if one of these 5 guys, or when one of these 5 guys get picked, I will update it. So and I have a whole list right here. Oh yeah, proud of you, Geezer. Keep up the work, man. You're doing really well. You were doing really well. If we get any subscriptions, guys, check it out. I'm using Streamlabs now. So if anyone, one of you, I mean, I recognize everyone here, so kind of assuming that we're all subscribed, but feel free to subscribe and I'll have like a little notification thing pop up. It's pretty cool. But yeah, man, keep up the good work, Geezer. But yeah, I'm going to update this list as we go once any of these guys get picked. What I will do then is you're going to notice on this list, because this is the top 5 for day 2, so rounds 2 and 3. I'm not going to have any quarterbacks on this at all. I'm not going to have any running backs on this, and I'm not going to have any linebackers on this. The only way, and this is a trade that I think could potentially happen, is I think the Jets really need a linebacker, and we would like to move up to maybe get, you know, a top guy like a Petrie. I really like Boye Mafe. I know it looks like you do too, Raul. Ebikadi as well from Penn State is awesome. So I think a potential trade, there's no source or rumor, but just a trade I could see working is maybe the Niners do pick 61, Dre Greenlaw, and maybe like a 6th round pick to get up to pick 38 overall. And maybe we can get one of these top guys. But what you'll notice again on this top 5 list, and I'll be updating as we go, is that you are not going to see no quarterbacks, because we don't need that. No running backs, because I don't think we need that on day 2. Unless, I mean, if Kenneth Walker, Breece Hall, if they're there at 105, then yeah, I could be talked into it. What good centers are still available? Well, Cam Jurgens is available. He has actually been working out with Joe Staley this offseason, so of course there's a bit of a 49er connection there. But I would say Cam Jurgens is the number 1 guy that we could target. There are some other options too. You know, some people think Dylan Parham can play there, but honestly, I think for centers, assuming that Alex Mack retires, and it sounds like he's going to, I would for sure want to look into getting J.C. Treader, the free agent, longtime veteran, played with Green Bay, then played with Cleveland. What I would do, again, let's assume that Alex Mack retires, is I would go J.C. Treader, give him like a 2-year deal, and then a center that I really like. There's 2 guys I really like later in the draft. Donovan West from Arizona State, and then we have Alec Lindstrom from Boston College. And I think Lindstrom's going to be fantastic. Yeah, Mac is definitely still up in the air, so we're going to have to see how that all plays out. But hopefully, I would like it if he can come back for 1 more year. Maybe, you know, if we can convince him to come back just for 1 more year, then we draft a center, maybe 4th, 5th round this year. They can then step in 2023 once they get familiar with the offense, you know, NFL strength and all that good stuff. So, but yep, thank you everyone for stopping by. You know, I'm not going to, well, actually I am going to keep saying it because it's just going to be one of those things to chew time when I'm not sure what else to say, but like, subscribe. If any of you haven't subscribed, do it, because I want to show off this new notification thing that I got. It's super cool. But yeah, there's a lot of really good players here. And the interesting ones that I find, I think one of the most interesting players, and to see what's going to happen here, is going to be David Ajabo from Michigan, edge player. Now, he tore his Achilles at his pro day, so he's going to miss for sure all of 2022. But he could very well have been a top half of the 1st round pick if he wasn't injured. Maybe the Niners. We have a lot of edge players, but on 1-year deals. So we have Kerry Hyder on a 1-year deal, Kimoko Toure on a 1-year deal. I think Jordan Willis on a 1-year deal. Ebukam only has 1 year left on his deal. I'm not sure how long Omenahu has, so what could potentially happen is maybe if we draft a Jabo, you know, store him for a year, and then next year if he can come back and play. But I know a lot of Niner fans probably wouldn't be happy about that, just because with Trent Baalke, we'd never had success doing that, you know, drafting the injured player and then letting them come back. That just never really worked out for us, so we'll see. We shall see. What about D'Angelo? Oh, D'Angelo Malone, right? Western Kentucky, I think. Yeah, and it sounds like the Niners really like him. And I do have him on my list right here. He's towards the end of it. But I have D'Angelo Malone on my list, and I believe that pick 105, I think would be ideal for him. I think that could be a really solid move right there. ASU, the running back from ASU as well, Raul. I really like Rashad White. Now, I think he might go too early for us because I'm really looking at he might be gone already, but I think Pierre Strong would be a fantastic addition to the team. Whenever I look at Pierre Strong, he just screams Kyle Shanahan type running back. So, and I think he could maybe be gotten in the 4th round, but sometimes you just got to go and get the guys that you want. And but I just don't know if receiver's really in need. That's like the whole thing. Running back is running back really in need because Mitchell, Sermon coming back, Wilson, Hasty, Hey, Smoke 82, good to see you, man. Good to see you. I really do miss football season doing the live stream. So I got my little setup right here with all the draft stuff we got on the clock. I'm not going to do like a scroll. Of course, I'm going to, react as each of the picks come in, but I'm not going to do like a scrolling ticker for all that. Listen how fast this guy is talking. He should be. I will definitely check that out. Geezer, yeah, maybe you can send that in a message or something. I definitely want to check that out, though. So how's everyone been doing? It's good to see people back here. I know it's on the West Coast. It's 3:43 p.m., so I'm sure a lot of people are still at work or school or whatever right now. So, but I'm sure we'll have people coming in. Let's see. Michael Duran, welcome to the stream. Feel free to like and subscribe. Late round, nobody talks about. Yeah, I didn't watch too. I'll be honest, I'm not too familiar with either of those guys. In terms of a late round running back who I quite like would be CJ Verdell from Oregon. I think he could be someone maybe 6th, 7th round. Definitely a solid fit for the Shanahan, zone scheme offense. Now, look, for the 49ers, there's still a lot of questions to be answered. I mean, Deebo Samuel. I mean, just because we didn't trade him last night doesn't mean that necessarily he won't get traded. Although, knocking on wood, of course, I want Deebo to stay. And I'd like to think we can figure out whatever the issues are. And I don't know what they are. Nobody does except for Deebo and the 49ers. So, but if we can get him back, then, of course, Jimmy Garoppolo. Could we see Jimmy Garoppolo get traded today? Now, the team that seems most likely is going to be the Carolina Panthers, and they actually don't have any draft picks today. So if we do trade Jimmy, it might be for like a 3rd round pick next year to Carolina, or you never know. Like, I mean, hey, 24 hours ago, Hollywood Brown was a Raven and nobody even thought about trading him. So with what picks the Titans are going to, yeah, I mean, okay. Michael Duran, that's good to know. Yeah, I think when I head into, before the draft kicks off tomorrow, I will look into both of those guys. Let me just, Max Borgi and Tyler Goodson. Let me write down those guys' names just so I don't forget. Max Borgi, Tyler Goodson. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, Elijah Mitchell. And that's kind of why and look, that's actually a perfect segue to my next point. And that's, again, just so you guys know, on the best available, won't be putting in any quarterbacks, running backs, or linebackers because they are just not a need at all, I think, on day 2. But then that's the reason why is we got Elijah Mitchell in the 6th round, and he was really, really good last season. We drafted Trey Sermon in the 3rd round, and Geezer, I know it's your Ohio State Buckeyes, but and Sermon was hurt and all that, and I think he could be like a solid depth guy, but it just goes to show that, especially with Kyle Shanahan, you do not need to draft a running back high. So, all right, yeah, King's ransom. So actually, and there was the report that the Jets offered the 10th overall pick, their 5th round pick, for Debo Samuel and the Niners' second round pick. So that definitely wasn't going to get it done. Now, the trade that I was hoping for, kind of putting out there, was 10th overall and Elijah Moore and maybe like a third round pick or something. But clearly the Jets were not willing to do that. And they got their guy, Garrett Wilson. So we'll see how it all turns out. I think the Jets, of course, having 3 picks on day one is normally a really good thing. And I think they are set up really nicely. Although we just saw the Raiders did not pick up the 5th-year option on any of their 3 first-rounders in 2019. What a disaster that was. Cleveland Farrell, Jonathan Abrams, and Josh Jacobs. You know, I like Mike Mayock, but Jesus. Yeah, and I think that, you know, Michael, I think that's a good point. That's really the sweet spot, I think, for the 49ers to draft running backs, is in that 6th, 7th round undrafted guys. Look at the guys on our roster. Elijah Mitchell, 6th round. JaMychal Hasty, undrafted. Jeff Wilson Jr., undrafted. Trey Sermon, who might be the worst of the 4, 3rd round picks. So, you know, there's a reason why I really don't have, even though I think there's some good running backs in this draft early on. Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker. I really like Rachaad White out of Arizona State. Maybe he goes to the Jets or a Shanahan-esque type team. But I just don't think we should be drafting a running back today. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. That's why you're not going to see it on my top 5 best available for the Niners. Now, I think all the guys there are fantastic players. Perion Winfrey basically replaces DJ Jones. Might not be as good against the run, but potentially better as a pass rusher. Ebiketie and Boye Mafe off the edge. Those are those speed guys, kind of like similar to an Ebukam type guy. Potentially could be that D Ford type player, hopefully without the injuries. Christian Watson, I mean, we know he went to North Dakota State, former teammate of Trey Lance. And yeah, great size, great speed, you know, just would be a great connection there. And Jalen Petrie, man, just one of my favorite players to watch. Michael, that's a good question. If Watson, Petrie, and Mafe are there at 61 now, I'm a big, especially because like the 49ers were in the NFC Championship game, so I'm a big proponent of, you know, going best player available. Now, to me, Tom Jensen, how are we doing, man? Yeah, Tom, you're totally right. And just so you guys know, Tom has been commenting on a lot of my mock drafts and stuff throughout. And if you hear, you're going to hear sirens. I live in downtown San Francisco, so there's going to be a hotbed of activity outside. But back to my point, a couple of things. Tom has been really cool, really informative, great draft discussions. I could see us go running back maybe round 4 or 5, but I don't think we should go on a running back today. Back to your question, Michael. Between the 3, no, I would normally just advocate for best player available. And in this case, in my opinion, if all 3 of those guys are available, I would go Jalen Petrie. Not only that, simply because Petrie, I think, is the best talent, the best prospect of the 3. And I think he fits a need because beside Jimmy Ward, the other safeties we have right now on the roster are Tarvarius Moore coming back from a season-ending injury. We signed George Odom in free agency. He was with the Colts, but he's more a special teams ace. Can play some safety, but ideally not your starting safety. And then we have Talanoa Hufanga, who I think is a hybrid linebacker safety. I think he'll fill that Marcel Harris type role, but be better than Marcel Harris. So I would go Jalen Petrie. Now, let's say if there's no safeties available and we don't trade up or any of that stuff, I'm happy to bring back Jaquiski Tart, although I know some Niner fans are not. Geezer, do you want Malik Willis because of the week? You're a funny guy. Geezer, this guy Geezer, he's got jokes. He has got jokes. I think Trey Lance is going to be really good. I think Lance is going to be great. And they seem to have a lot of faith in Nate Sudfeld. They gave Nate Sudfeld decent money, so I think we're going to bring in maybe like a late round guy. Maybe we draft someone in with Mr. Irrelevant, which the Niners do have. So, but yeah, guys, if you haven't, please do feel free, like, subscribe, I really appreciate everyone being here. It's always a good time. It's always a good time with everyone, chatting it up. Once you get past, oh, I don't know about that, Michael. I mean, look, I think Boye Mafe, Ebikadi are fantastic options. But I think there's a lot of good edge players that could, fall to 93. I'm going to throw out some names here that are on my list, but I really like Sam Williams from Ole Miss. Now, he had some off the field issues a number of years ago, so it seems like they were all resolved. But his burst and speed is awesome. Other guys I like on my list here: Nick Bonito, Oklahoma. He's a really good player. And then even maybe later in the like fourth round, maybe like a Inagbare from South Carolina, my Jay Sanders from Cincinnati. So there are guys available, for the 49ers, edge players. So, I mean, if you told me that, let's say today, I think in a perfect world today, we come away with, if we can come away with Jalen Petrie, which I don't think is going to happen just because I think he's going to be gone very quickly, but Jalen Petrie, Cam Jurgens, and an edge player like Sam Williams, I'd be like, okay, we're happy. I'm willing to trade some picks because next year, we don't have our first round pick next year because that's going to Miami in the Trey Lance trade, but we have all of our other picks, and we do get, I think we for sure have at least one third round compensatory pick, whether it's from the Martin Mayhew hiring or the Mike McDaniel hiring. So we have second, 2/3, 4/5. So I'd be happy to trade like a third next year. Maybe if it's like 105 this year and a third next year to move up and get one of those guys. Yeah. Well, D'Angelo Malone's another guy who could very well be there at 93 or 105. But yeah, I don't know if Sam Williams or Benito will last that long, but you just never know. I mean, look, obviously, Jermaine Johnson, if he went top 15, I would have been like, when the Jets were picking at 10, I would have said, yeah, that's not a bad pick. And he fell all the way to 26, It's interesting this year just how the rankings, wide receivers obviously valued very highly, but yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. So you're definitely a big Michael Clemens fan. If you can, Michael, tell us a little bit about Clemens because I'm not as familiar with him as you are. Let's see. He's Texas A&M. 6'5", 270. Transferred from Cisco Junior College. Interesting. All right. Well, the round 2 should be kicking off in about 5 minutes with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on the clock. Texas A&M, well, they had DeMarvin Leal. Now, I'm guessing if you know quite a bit about Michael Clemens, then I like Leal, but I think, I know Tom Jensen, who's here in the draft, in the chat too. He's not as big a fan on DeMarvin Leal as I might be, but just before round 2 kicks off, and then you're going to hear those sirens again. Living downtown, man. Oh, yeah, see, I don't know. I mean, I understand that, look, and we all live in different areas, different states, all that good stuff. There's different laws in, different states, but I just think the marijuana charges are I don't think it's a big deal, Of course, yeah, you could always argue these guys got to be smarter. They're in the draft process or they're in college, but they're in college too. So, I don't think it's I don't think a marijuana charge should be to like wipe somebody off the board, which although people would disagree with that, but that's just me. But yeah, sum up day one. The Jets, A plus. One of my best friends, Joe, big Jets fan, A plus for the New York Jets. The New York Giants, great day one. They were fantastic with potentially, you could argue Kayvon Thibodeau for a while was the consensus number one pick. They get him at 5. Evan Neal for a while was the consensus number one offensive tackle. They fill needs with arguably the best players of their positions at important positions. So good job by the New York Giants. Excuse me. The Lions getting Aiden Hutchinson. Fantastic pick right there. Then they trade up to get Jamison Williams. And that trade, if you guys saw the trade details in that, the Lions just, I don't know what the Vikings were thinking. Moving down 20 spots in the first round to move up 14 spots or something like that in the second round and get a third round pick. Like, if I was a Vikings fan, I'd be like livid about that. But they did get Lewis Seen, who I think is a good player, but still, that's beside the point. They could have stayed where they were and got Kyle Hamilton, who's a better prospect. Let's see, Michael Clemens. Reason to Marvin Leal, got a lot of his sacks. Okay. Wow, yeah. Winning the game, but to me... Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a compliment when you can say that. And even LSU have a couple of offensive linemen. Ed Ingram, I believe, is one of the offensive linemen that people do like from LSU. So that's obviously quite a, that's quite the praise that you have for Michael Clemens. Now, of course, we don't want to just say that, oh, he had one game, good game. So I'm sure he probably did have a, decent impact in his time at A&M. But I don't think one game makes necessarily a good prospect. Yeah, I'm really curious to see where these quarterbacks go and to see what's going to happen. Now, my controversial opinion is that I actually like Matt Corral the most of all the quarterbacks, although Malik Willis probably has the most just potential in terms of raw talent. Just that guy can make every throw, but it's a matter of, it's always a thing, like Malik Willis has to go to the right situation with the right coaching, given the right amount of time, with good weapons, with an offense that fits, what he does. But I think Matt Corral is number one in terms of all the quarterbacks. Reminds me of, I think he could be very much like a better Garoppolo. Interesting, Michael. Yeah, Clemens, that's someone I'm gonna keep an eye out for. I'm surprised I actually don't have him on here. So I'm gonna write down Michael Clemens as someone to keep an eye on. Edge. Michael Clemens. All right. So are the Buccaneers on the clock? Yeah, that could be a really interesting interesting person to look into right there. Thank you, Michael Duran. Appreciate that. Mucho appreciado. Oh, there we go. I just did a little... So that's what it looks like. I just wanted to play that for everyone. That's what the new little subscription... That's the little subscription icon. Clemens at 175. Huh. ESPN has Clemens at 175. Now, the Draft Network has Clemens at 143. See, I wish he was... I guess even at 270, if you could probably even stand to lose a little bit of weight, and then maybe even increase his explosiveness. All right. You know, the one thing which I don't like about the draft is that how they always get like backlogged, and I think it's cool that they do all the different like things where it's like, oh, the different people announce it and all that, but it's still kind of frustrating when you have like, you know, a team has the pick is in, then the next team after that has the pick is in, and it's like, okay, let's just friggin' announce it already. But yeah, the Buccaneers. I'm gonna see how many of these picks that I might get accurate. The Buccaneers, they need to go offensive line. I think they could really go out. They really should go. They could go offensive line. They need to replace guard. There's really not a great guard available at this point, unless they want to go for like Dylan Parham. Buccaneers. Could they take a running back? JT Woods, yeah. JT Woods is the other Baylor safety, actually. I love Petrie, but I think maybe a little bit later in the draft. Now who I really like also later in the draft at safety, and I think it's a little bit, you know, some Niner fans would definitely not agree with me. I like Verone McKinley from Oregon. Definitely a gambler, so he will get beat on some plays, but he'll also make some plays. And he's one of those guys that like he just has that fire, you know, when even like when a teammate makes a big tackle, he just like he goes crazy, you know, which you love to see that, especially on the defensive side. But I think, yeah, if you gave Verone McKinley a year to learn the defense, you know, build chemistry with the teammates and stuff, you know, then I think he could be really, really good. I like his potential for sure. All right. There's a commercial with Jimmy Garoppolo, the Subway commercial. That's funny. I don't know if that's if Garoppolo. I'm so curious to see what happens with Garoppolo. If will a team trade for him? I have no idea. Yeah, I do think. Yeah, to me, JT Woods for sure. You could definitely tell when I was watching Jalen Petrie. I think JT Woods made some really nice plays, but yeah, later on, even well, what do you think of Leon O'Neal Jr. From Texas A&M too? I think as a later round safety, that could be something to look for. I'm gonna check Twitter and just see if there's any crazy breaking news going on in the NFL right now. Oh, Dr. Disrespect is going to the draft. Cool. All right. So back to it. I think I'm hoping the Panthers trade their two. Michael, that would be a fantastic. Trade. I would do that in a heartbeat. Pick up some, you know, and I think, you know, just like there is today when, you know, you have like day one of the draft and then it's like, well, then still a lot of good players left. I think it's going to be the same case at the end of today. There's still going to be a lot of good players available tomorrow. And if we can get a couple of fourth rounders, it could be worth it. And then you use that Jimmy Garoppolo money that then comes off the books. You sign J.C. Treader if Alex Mack retires. Maybe you could go a little crazy and sign Tyrann Mathieu to a one-year deal. Who knows? Tyrann Mathieu grew up a 49ers fan, I do believe. All right, so it looks like we are about to kick off round two. What in the world is going on here? There's some guy being hung up in like a straitjacket. Okay. I have no words to describe what's happening on the screen right now. I have no words. What is going on? He's like spinning around like crazy and getting out of this. He's out of the straitjacket, or just about to be. Yeah, and I mean, and Michael, yeah, Smoke Monday. I mean, just what a great name. What a fantastic name. The guy got out of the straitjacket, yet he's still hanging. Now does he try and... And he's being dropped down. What the world is going on here? What the frickin' frack? I don't get it. I don't get it. Okay, they're about to open up round 2 of the NFL draft. Tony Gonzalez back there. A number of the Raider players. All different people back there in the background. Okay, yeah. Oh, I'm really curious to see what they do, what the Buccaneers do, and where are the quarterbacks going to go? What about the running backs? The tight ends, this is a tight end class that I think in, rounds 2 and 3, I think we could see about 4 or 5 tight ends get drafted today. A lot of solid tight ends. Of course, at tight end, there's Trey McBride from Colorado State. I think he could be a really, really solid player in the NFL, kind of a do-it-all guy. Jelani Woods, like potential through the roof. Maybe end of the third round, that could be an option. Yeah, the Buccaneers are on the clock right now. Remember, teams have 7 minutes per pick in the second round. Then I believe it goes down to 5 minutes in the third round to make their pick. So, actually, I don't know if they traded. Yeah, they actually have some really solid players. They could use a guard because Ali Marpet retired. Kappa went to Cincinnati, but they did trade for, Mel's best available too. He's also got Christian Watson at 5. Then they traded for Shaq Mason from the Patriots. So, yeah, lots of good late tight ends too. There's a lot of good ones. I like Charlie Kohler from Iowa State, someone who did not test well at all, but who I really like is Cole Turner from Nevada. I think on tape and on the field, I thought Cole Turner was really impressive, but yeah, really didn't test well at all. Then you have Derek Deese Jr., son of the former 49er offensive tackle Derek Deese, I believe. Yeah, so Alex Kappa is gone. Where did Ronald Jones go to? I know O.J. Howard went to the Bills, Jordan Whitehead to the Jets. Yeah, interesting. So the Buccaneers have about 5.5 minutes left. They could maybe go running back here. Just because they lost Ronald Jones. Who knows about Fournette? The Bucs, yeah. Darian Kennard. Yeah, it is funny sometimes saying that these guys are small when Kennard is like 6'3", 330 or something, but for a tackle, tackles are between 6'5" and 6'7" a lot of the time. So team needs, according to Mel Kiper, yeah, Deese Jr. I like a lot. San Jose State, I believe. Tight end isn't. Tight end. Well, yeah, that's a Gronkowski. We don't know if he's coming back. O.J. Howard is gone. They have Cameron Brate, but he's maybe on 1 year, like 1 year's left on his contract. So 1 year, but who knows? They could go Trey McBride, give Brady a weapon, because here's the thing with Buccaneers is that Chris Godwin probably won't be there for the start of the season. Of course, they have Mike Evans. And they signed Russell Gage, which I think was a really underrated signing. I didn't watch too many Falcons games last year, except for Falcons 49ers, and Russell Gage was actually impressive. Hey, Christian, how we doing, bud? Good to see you, man. Long time no see. I've seen your comments, of course, on the videos, but just in terms of like a live. Good to see you, man. Hope you and the family are doing well, dude. All right. Yeah, and of course, Todd Bowles. Congrats to Todd Bowles is the head coach. Bruce Arians retired probably because Tom Brady wanted him to. I wonder right now, I'm sure they're fielding some calls for trades or what have you. Now they're showing running back Brees Hall. He's on his phone. He's doing a little, he's laughing a little bit, so smiling. Who knows? But potentially, I could see them going running back. I could see them going tight end. Or, Michael, as you said, maybe they want to upgrade the offensive line. Maybe Dylan Parham. Dylan Parham from they could. Ooh. They are on the call. They're definitely going to be making a pick here because Todd Bowles is on the phone talking to somebody. So, when the coach is talking to somebody, then that's the pick is basically pick is in. Michigan State full. Connor Hayward, he's a big. Oh, Mike Allstott. Yeah, what a great player for the Buccaneers. Really great hands and was the. Wow. He was the kick returner too. So the pick is in for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So that now puts the Vikings on the clock. We have Ray McLeod. Brandon Ayuk can return. And then we do also have, Debo showed that he could return. Doing all right. What pick are they on? Any big trade? No big trades yet today, Christian. Hopefully you had a good day at work. And then this is just the very beginning of round 2. So you really haven't missed anything in terms of picks or anything like that. If you guys have any like breaking news in terms of trades or whatever, feel free to post it. And I'm going to try and check Twitter a little bit, off and on. Pick is in. Yeah, they have, looking at Mel's best, there's definitely some good, there's a lot of good players available. So I'm really just hoping that, some of these guys will just fall to the 49ers. Jalen Petrie, that's my number one guy. Jalen Petrie. Then, you'll see these are my top 5 guys up here. But as they get picked, hopefully one of these 5 would be available at 61. It's probably wishful thinking, but I think it could happen. Maybe one. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. But we'll see. I think the pick is about to be announced. We'll see. Oh, here we go. Is this Joey Galloway or who? The Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Simeon Rice. Wow, he's really thinned up after his career, hasn't he? The Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Logan Hall, defensive end from Houston. Now, here's a guy who I thought really could have. I'm going to cross him off my list here because he's gone now. But he could have easily gone in the first round. I heard that the Green Bay Packers were quite high on him. Defensive end, a little bigger guy. He's not like a 240, 50 guy. Yeah, 283. Really solid pick. I think, last year they took Joe Tryon from Washington. They're trying to get a little bit younger on their defense. They still have Shaquille Barrett. So, the Minnesota Vikings have traded the pick to the Packers. The Packers are now on the clock. Green Bay, I think, has to be moving up here for a wide receiver. There's no doubt about that in my mind. Green Bay is on the clock. So I could easily imagine them going George Pickens, Christian Watson. Who else is an option here? Skye Moore, David Bell from Purdue. So there's a lot of decent guys here. John Mechie. Ooh. Just got a little exciting up here. So maybe Green Bay listen to their, all their fans who were like, we got to trade up. Now Minnesota moved back again, and we'll see because Minnesota did not do a great job with their trade with the Lions. But we'll see Green Bay. I'll be curious to see what the trade details are. Pick is in for Green Bay, so the Packers are on the clock. Shaking hands, doing their thing. Watson or Moore. Yes, could be Skye Moore, could be Christian Watson, could be George Pickens too. A lot of different players. But then again, this is Green Bay. They do their own thing. So who knows what this could be. Maybe they do it for Petrie. Maybe they do it for, it could be, there's a lot of different options. I think they lost Zadarius Smith, so maybe they go for an edge rusher. We'll see. I really do think it would be Christian Watts. Yeah, they got Sammy Watkins. They have Randall Cobb. They have Alan Lazard, Robert Tonyan. I do think they really have to go wide receiver here, but let's see what. Exciting. Christian. I love it. White people traded for Tiger Woods. Oh, wait, no, that was a Chappelle Show rerun. Oh, wow. So Green Bay, yeah, if it's not wide receiver, I think they're fans, and I'm sure Tom Grossi's probably going crazy right now, but if it's not for wide receiver, then I don't know what. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Alec Pierce from Cincinnati. That could be an option too. I'm really curious to see the trade details because I'm guessing they probably gave up like a third-round pick as well. So it's, a lot of different options here. But I could absolutely see Christian Watson going right here. I hope not because, he's used to wearing that green and gold at North Dakota State. But here we go. Aaron Jones, their 5th-round pick. He's a great running back. Green Bay selects Christian Watson. Damn it. That's a really good pick for the Packers. That's a really good pick for the Packers. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Titans are on the clock. Now, so Christian Watson off the board. And I am going to update this. Boo earns. Yeah, Watson is, it's just, he's got size, he's got speed, he can really just, do it all. Yeah, look at that. He played in a, same school that Trey Lance did, so, and actually a very pro-style offense, and one that, clearly the 49ers like the way that they do things. Yeah, I'm sure Aaron Rodgers right now is really happy with this pick. And Green Bay has a history of selecting a lot of good wide receivers in the second round. You think about Devontae Adams, Jordy Nelson, so they've done really well there in the past. I think this is a great pick. I'm still very curious to see what they gave up in the trade. He's just awesome, though. Yeah, Watson's really good. I would have loved him on the 49ers. Clearly, he was my number 5 guy available to go to the 49ers. But I think overall, Green Bay fans have to be happy. They really built up that defense. And now they get the weapon that Rodgers wants. And they still have, now it's Christian Watson. You have Sammy Watkins, who they brought in. Randall Cobb, who was drafted. Obviously Randall Cobb is a little bit older, but good slot receiver. And as you said, Michael, they could easily go another wide receiver later. So I am curious, though, to see, forgive all the sirens. I'm kind of curious now to see what where everyone's picking now. Billy White Shoes Johnson. So the oh my god, and he's doing a dance. And look who's going to be back on the clock are the New York Jets. Good for them. Who does Tennessee go with here? Roger McCreery, cornerback from Auburn. Solid pick there. You know, the one thing with McCreery is that he doesn't really have the longest arms. His arm length is like the big concern, but a pretty sticky cornerback. He actually led the SEC with 14 pass breakups. That also means he's getting thrown at a lot too. But Senior Bowl, you know, he was there at the Senior Bowl. That's a good play right there. Solid pick. I think he's one of those guys where on tape and on the field he looks really good. I think it was some of like the measurables and the combine and stuff that kind of put him down on some people's boards. But I don't know. I think the combine a lot of times it's kind of overrated in a lot of ways. Where like you don't want to let the combine completely impact what you want to do. Now, of course, we don't know how interviews go at the combine and all that other stuff, but the pick is in for the Jets. So we're actually getting through this relatively quickly. So that's going to put the Houston Texans on the clock. Not a huge fan of how their draft has gone so far. In terms of Derek Stingley, I would have gone Sauce Gardner. Kenyon Green, I would have gone Zion Johnson, but, you know, if they're going to go guard, I would have gone Zion, but that's just me. But really solid pick there for the Tennessee Titans. So, Geezer, don't know if you're still watching, but a really solid pick for your guys. And the Jets. The Jets pick is in. I think they could very well go with Jalen Petrie. He would for sure fit their defense. You pair him with new signing Jordan Whitehead. Perion Winfrey is another guy that they could go for. Or maybe they want to get Travis Jones from UConn who can just, clog, the run game so the teams can't run on them. You let Quinnen Williams do his thing. Then on the edge, you have Carl Lawson and Jermaine Johnson. So perhaps Saleh wants to build that elite defense like he had in San Francisco. And if you can add in Sauce Gardner, Jermaine Johnson, and maybe Jalen Petrie or Travis Jones or Perion Winfrey, then I think they're really doing well there. This could also be linebacker too. Nakobe Dean is still available. Maybe they go a little bit off the cuff and they want to go maybe a brand new leader of that defense and maybe like a Chad Muma from Wyoming. But I think you maybe you're still at the point where you want to get some upside. So I think Nakobe Dean is an option here. The 49ers pick, not for a while. Not for a little while. Let's see what if the details. Oh, actually, just let me check Twitter. So I think there's going to be a lot of 49er fans on my Twitter that are upset that are not happy that Christian Watson is gone. Let me search. Green Bay trade. So Green Bay sent 59 and 53. Both. So we got. Whoa. That's a good haul for the Vikings. That's a way better trade than what they got for their moving down in the first round. Really solid, actually, trade there for the Vikings. I'd slam them, and I really thought that their first trade with the Lions was awful. I thought that trade was awful, but that's a really good one, I think. You get 2 late seconds, and clearly they didn't really like someone there. We're going to see here who the New York Jets go with. Maybe do they go someone on the offense to keep giving some help to Zach Wilson? Maybe they can beef up the offensive line. Maybe they go a tight end here, although they did sign UJ Uzama. I think they signed Tyler Conklin as well. All right, this is Darrelle Revis coming out to announce the pick for the Jets. Revis Island, man, one of the best cornerbacks that I've seen play the game. He was just fantastic. Revis is announcing. Oh, so the Jets and the Giants swapped, it looks like. Breece Hall, the running back, the first running back gets taken. Breece Hall gets taken. Wow, the first running back to go in the 2022 NFL Draft. Crazy. Wow. Go Breece Hall. And that's just another weapon for Zach Wilson. Now, I think Breece Hall is fantastic. You know, look at the highlights there are really good. Someone who I really just would have I would never expect the Niners to go for him just because of like the value and what the Niners have. But Breece Hall, they have Michael Carter, so they have a really good 1-2 punch. They do also have Tevin Coleman, who I think is a number 3 running back. Not bad. You pair him with weapons like Garrett Wilson, and the Jets suddenly have quite a lot. They suddenly have quite a lot of weapons for Zach Wilson. So they've made a lot of big-time moves. They've added Laken Tomlinson, formerly of the Niners, Elijah Vera Tucker, Mekhi Becton, George Fant, you know. So I really like what the Jets are doing. They're in a pretty tough division, though. The Bills, probably the top 3 in the AFC. The Patriots are very solid, and the Dolphins should also be a lot better. The pick is in for the Houston Texans, and they're already out to announce it. I love it. See, this is how it should be going. Pick is in. Let's go and announce it. We don't need to drag it out too much, even as much as I love it. Jonathan Joseph. No! No! Jalen Petrie. No, damn it. That's a great pick for the Texans. Damn it. Ugh. Not that I was thinking that he'd last to the 49ers pick, but damn it. They used to, Christian, all the time. Man. I'm so bummed out about that. Yeah, Jalen Petrie gone. Ugh. He's so perfect for what the Niners do. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I mean, he's perfect for a lot of defenses, let's be real. All right, well, that's the number 1 guy off my list for today. Atlanta is on the clock, and their pick is already in. Atlanta actually traded up with the Giants. It really seems like the Giants are just trying to accumulate picks. Maybe they're accumulating picks to make a trade. Yeah, I mean, the Texans for sure. I mean, Derek Stingley. Look, if Derek Stingley, and now actually the Bears, I might as well just put the Bears on because Bears are on the clock now. But if Derek Stingley can play like he did his freshman year at LSU and Jalen Petrie, I think they have a really solid chance of like that secondary being really good. Now, the Texans are not really playing for 2022. I think it's fair to say that they're probably going to be pretty bad. And my guess is they'll be in the mix for like one of the top quarterbacks next year. But look, build some things around it. Just go for the best players. Malik Willis, that's a good point, Michael. This is absolutely in the wheelhouse for Malik Willis. Also Matt Corral, Desmond Ridder, you know, so looking at my list now. So running backs, I have a list. Breece Hall is gone. Let's see. Yes, I mean, that's a great call. Malik Willis, I personally prefer Matt Corral over any of those guys. I mean, even he was my favorite, Matt Corral, but, you know, we'll see how it all ends up going. Damn, freaking Texans. But yeah, there was really no shot that Petrie was going to be there. Because the Falcons. Well, I'm trying to think because maybe the Falcons were trading up to get ahead of Seattle. Would be my guess is that they wanted to get ahead of Seattle because they feel like Seattle could take their quarterback. Seattle have back-to-back picks. There's the Colts are right there. And so maybe that was like another thing too that they thought maybe. Oh, see, there we go. Michael, we agree on that. Although I would have had Willis 2 based purely on potential. But Matt Corral for me was number 1. Yeah, so with the Falcons, because Seattle picks twice. They pick at 40 and 41. The Colts are also there, and I know they traded for Matt Ryan, but Matt Ryan is not getting any younger. And it's a perfect situation that you go to Colts with a great run game, with some weapons in the passing game with, who's their tall wide receiver from USC again? Michael something. So that could be another option too, that they wanted to get ahead of these teams that could take their quarterback. And I think this is a good situation too. I mean, if you think about it, like he's not going to be expected to play right away. Mariota probably plays, initially this year, and the next year you have, and it would be a quarterback, Malik Willis, if it is, or whoever this is, maybe they get to play Drake London, Kyle Pitts. Probably not Calvin Ridley, but you maybe get some picks for Calvin Ridley. Who knows? Taps. It's a great organization. Does salute to service. Roger Goodell, it looks like, or is he's gonna hand it off to the lady to make the announcement. Don't forget to like and subscribe, y'all. Everyone in here. Appreciate you hanging out on this 2022 NFL draft. All right, Roger Goodell has handed it off to. Look at that. That's great to see. Who did the Falcons trade up for? This is going to be interesting. Who did they trade up for? Arnold Ebiketie. Wow, Arnold Ebiketie. Michael, when you said that quarterback comment, I was pretty much convinced, but this is a fantastic pick. I think Ebiketie could have easily gone in the first round. He's one of those guys who just speed, edge rusher. He stood out big time when I was watching Penn State, more so for Jaquan Brisker. Ebiketie is someone who stood out big time to me as in terms of just his speed, his get off. He would have been a perfect complement for Nick Bosa. But hey, that's just the way the draft goes sometimes. So Arnold Ebiketie is now off, and then we are going to now add another Nittany Lion, and that's Jaquan Brisker. Oh, didn't spell Brisker right. Oh, I didn't spell that either. Tom, thank you for the subscription. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. Now I still got to spell Jaquan Brisker right. There we go. Now Seattle gets the pick of the quarterback they want. Seattle can also go. Now, I mean, the Bears, okay, the Bears, the pick is in. So I thought maybe the Bears could have traded out if there's a team who wanted to leapfrog Seattle to get a quarterback, but the Bears pick is in. I hope you like my little Seahawks thing that I did here. Yeah, so I mean, clearly the Bears are not going quarterback with Justin Fields. They need to get some weapons for Justin Fields, though. I'm kind of struggling to think. I mean, they have Darnell Mooney. They have Cole Kmet. They do have some decent running backs, but I could see Skye Moore. Maybe they're a team that takes a chance on George Pickens, a boomer bust pick. And I know Justin Fields, before going to Ohio State, he was at Georgia for a little while. The Bears love their tight ends, so I wouldn't be surprised. Michael, thank you for the subscription, bro. Appreciate you. I love talking draft. Love talking the draft. What else could they... Well, they traded away Khalil Mack. Robert Quinn is potentially on the trade block. So could this be a spot here for Boye Mafe? I think they're still running a 3-4 defense. Who's their head coach? It's the guy who was with the Colts? Wait, who's the Bears head coach now? I got to see this. Let me see. I got to see this. Bears head coach. Matt Eberflus. Yeah, so he was with the Colts. More of a 4-3 defense, I think the Colts ran, if I'm not mistaken. Boye Mafe could still very much fit that. Boye Mafe, you pair him with Robert Quinn. You know, that could be something to look at there. Their first pick, so they had a lot of time, obviously, to study the players who'd be in this range. So maybe they do go with a cornerback. So you have some guys who have some injury concerns or character concerns. Injury concerns, could this be a spot? Maybe the Bears think we can get a first-round talent here in a David Ajabo. Take him here, basically sit him, and then next year, when they're feeling a little bit more competitive, like they'll have more of a chance to really compete in the NFC North, they have a fantastic player coming back from injury. Some team will take David Ajabo because at Michigan, Ajabo just stood out. He was so awesome. Yeah, I think the Bears go T or big wide receiver. Yeah, they do. They really love their tight ends. I mean, Cole Kmet, he's been okay. Obviously the quarterback situation in Chicago has not been great by any means. Oh, these Bear fans are excited. But they can have the pick of any tight end in this draft. Probably Trey McBride is the one to go with. Potentially Greg Dulcich. They could go in a lot of different directions. Honestly, this Bears team is not very good. After trading away Khalil Mack, yeah, no more Allen Robinson there. Is this Matt Forte, I think, who's coming to announce the pick? About to announce the pick for the Chicago Bears. It is Matt Forte. Second round pick in 2008. Maybe we'll go back with another running back. Let's see who the Bears are going to take. Kyler Gordon, cornerback from Washington. Now, Kyler Gordon is a perfect fit for a zone, focused defense. Someone who is not afraid to come up and hit. Got that really nice traditional size. Unfortunately, was someone who I would really like for the 49ers, but that's not going to happen now. So he moves down on my list. Well, he's off my list now. A lot of these guys are going. And of course, I mean, look, this was going to happen, This was definitely going to happen. I mean, the guys who I have here. Um, who do I have next? Oh, the guys who I have here are really. It's unlikely that they would last to 61 if I'm being perfectly honest here. So now you'll see who I added on my list. David Ajabo. Some people, obviously the injury scares people, but here's the thing: the Niners have a surplus of edge players. Nick Bosa, Charles Omenihu, Samson Ebukam, Jordan Willis. Let me start again. Nick Bosa, Charles Omenihu, Jordan Willis, Samson Ebukam, Kimoko Toure, and Kerry Hyder. All these guys are really solid guys, as amazing as part of a rotation, and of course Nick Bosa, potential all-pro talent. Now, they don't necessarily need an edge, but when you look at all those edge players that the Niners have, all of them only have 1 year left on their deals, except for Nick Bosa and potentially Omenihu. So all the other guys are on 1 year deals. So this could be a case where, like, you take Ojabo if he's there at 61, you stash him for a year. Now, obviously, that doesn't help you in 2022, and we're in a window now that we can win. But do you maybe take that risk and think, hey, if we can get a fantastic potential top 10 to 15 pick guy at 61, but you just have to wait a year for it, maybe you do it. And I would consider absolutely at 61, I would consider Ojabo. Solid pick for the Bears. So from my original top 5 list that I had coming into round 2, the only guys left are Boye Mafe and Perion Winfrey. And I don't think they're going to last much longer either, if we're being honest. So, yeah, not a pick that I would have expected. Yeah, well, and that's the thing too, Michael, is that you have Nick Bosa, you have Eric Armstead, you have Javon Kinlaw, who's, apparently looking as good as he's ever looked before, as healthy as he's ever looked before. So, if you get Ojabo coming in, being that guy to clean things up, he's so athletic. And he in his own right when I was watching Michigan, because I'm really watching them for Daxton Hill, and I just ended up seeing Ojabo almost as much as Hutchinson, just making plays and just being disruptive. So I really like Ojabo. Of course, obviously, the reason why he would be available at 61 is simply because of the injury. But when you have all those edge players, it's like a long play. But, it's one of those things where it's tricky because the 49ers are absolutely in a window right now where, Trey Lance on the rookie deal, you can afford to pay a lot of these other guys. So, God, I get why they do it, but I would hate to be in that position where you're just, the camera's right in your face and it shows you just waiting, I see your point on that, Michael, though, that, with Ojabo, like, he definitely benefited from playing with Aiden Hutchinson, but if you have Ojabo and Nick Bosa as your, like, long-term edge guys, wow, that could be fantastic. Now, of course, this could very well easily be a moot point if another team takes him, and maybe Seattle, seeing that they're about a year away from really competing, maybe they are the team who's like, we'll play the long game, and next year we get a fantastic player. So Goodell is going to make this pick, and maybe someone else makes the pick at 41. Boy, Mafe. I got to give it to I have to give it to Seattle. That's a great pick. He's the top of my list, so I cannot hate on that. So now with Boye Mafe off, and all these guys are flying off here, we're going to have We now have Dylan Parham joining the group. Yeah, that's a really good pick there for Seattle, and they're on the clock again at 41. Now, obviously, this is all benefited from they're getting these picks because of the trade traded away Russell Wilson. So, do I think that Seattle are going to be good in 2022? No, probably not that good. I mean, they play in a very tough division with the Niners, Cardinals, and Rams, of course. But for like the long term, look, they get a potential left tackle of the future, an edge guy who I think a lot of people would have been thought very reasonably could have gone. Now the second Seattle pick is in, but I think a lot of people would not have been shocked at all if he went in the first round. So, Boye Mafe, a lot of the Niners rivals here, I'm not really happy because Green Bay got a nice receiver. Seattle's just got a nice edge player, and we'll see who else they get now. The Indianapolis Colts are going to be on the clock, though. Oops. With their first pick of the 2022 NFL Draft. Let's get the Colts a little bigger there. And Roger Goodell's out yet again. Seattle's not wasting any time, and neither is Goodell, so I like it. 41st pick. Oh, they went running back. Ooh. Kenneth Walker. Man, with Chris Carson there. Ken Walker the third Kenneth Walker. I'm surprised at that. I am actually legit surprised at that. I did not think, because I'm going to pull up Seattle last year's stats. Oh, yeah, Chris Carson only played 4 games. I mean, they do run the ball a lot, but Rashad Penny was really solid last year. We know Chris Carson can play well. I don't know. I mean, I see it, but damn, that's crazy. They really went with the running back. I'm surprised at that. Now, again, this, Seattle is probably not, they're not really going to be competing for a lot in 2022, in my opinion. I don't think Drew Lock is very great. So this could be an option where, like, next year, if they win or if they draft a quarterback early, have a couple of options at running back. Of course, there's DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, potentially a left tackle of the future, maybe an edge rusher. So some really good players taken there by Seattle, even though running back is not a position that I was worried about. Niners might have to get a QB. Oof. I don't know. I like Trey Lance. I think he's going to be really good. Still no other quarterback taken. Pretty surprising. So the Colts are on the clock with their first pick. Could this be where a quarterback goes? You get a year, maybe 2, to sit behind Matt Ryan. I think this is something where Malik Willis could absolutely go. Maybe they look for another wide receiver here. Maybe Skye Moore to replace T.Y. Hilton, who looks like he might not be back. A lot of different ways this could go. So all of my guys except for Perry and Winfrey and the top 5 best available, they're all gone now except for Perry and Winfrey. So that's a bummer. My original 5. The Niners don't pick for another 18, 19 picks, so we'll see. Bernard Ryman is someone out there too. Yeah, only 1 QB in the last. I can just remember. Was there that draft where it was like EJ Manuel, or the first pick, the first quarterback was Jimmy Clausen or something like that. Yeah, this is pretty wild. So, but if we look going ahead, let's look at the teams picking up ahead. So up next, we have the Colts, who could take a quarterback. They could very well be in the market to take the Vikings are now on the clock. The Vikings traded up The Vikings, did they trade up for... I mean, Cousins is there for... He's got a contract, I think, for 2 more years. But this is... The Vikings clearly like somebody here. Now, the Vikings, I think they... Well, they have... I think they still have Irv Smith Jr., but could they be the team to take the first tight end? You know, the first tight end off the market. We'll see. This is, whew, I don't know. The Vikings trading up. Who could that be for? Is it for Perry and Winfrey, maybe? I think that would be a fantastic pick for them. I'm going to switch over to NFL Network. The pick is in for the Vikings, so I think now it's the New York Giants who are on the clock. Kevin O'Connell, the new head coach. Yeah, 1 quarterback. Yeah, so Kirk Cousins is signed through 2023. So this could be an option for quarterback if they want to, you know, just develop Malik Willis. They do have Kellen Mond, but that was the previous regime, so... Now the trade, so that's a good trade for Indianapolis, I think. You move down 11 picks here, but you get an extra 3rd-round pick. You give up a 4th, but you do get a 6th. So I still like that trade for Indianapolis. So Minnesota, interesting. Yeah, Indianapolis, they're clearly not. So okay, so Minnesota added Zadarius Smith. Yeah, I think you're right, Christian. You know, when it comes to a quarterback, I don't think, like, I think if you're going to take one in the 2nd round, like, you really have to be invested, I think. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right, Tom. You know, and I was very, I wasn't very optimistic that any of them would be there at 61, but, you know. Worst draft, yeah. Oof. Yeah, that was a terrible draft. The E.J. Manuel one, just dreadful. But this, you know, could they look to upgrade? Yeah, cornerback. So the Andrew Booth Jr., you know, clearly they've seen a couple of, and they've seen Roger Mccreery go. They've seen Kyler Gordon go. So maybe they're thinking if we want to upgrade the cornerback position that they need to go up and get Andrew Booth Jr. right now. Cam Taylor-Britt from Nebraska is another guy I like, but not at this point. All right. The selection is about to be made. Ed Marinaro. 2nd-round pick 50 years ago. Good for him for being up and about. All right, Ed. We love you and all, but let's get a move on. $50 years ago, yeah. You were drafted by the Vikings. I look pretty good. Okay, he's kind of funny. He is pretty funny. Is Kirk Cousins still the future of the Vikings? Ziggy, welcome to the stream, my man. I think so. I think he'll be there for the next 2 or 3 years at least. I think, you know, Kirk Cousins, although not a top 5 quarterback, I do think he gets a bit of a bad rap, you know, from Vikings fans or just NFL fans in general. All right. So, Ed, let's get a move on with this, making this announcement. All right? Come on now. This is crazy. John, good to see you, bud. Bang, bang, Niner gang. Good to have you out here, bud. Thanks for coming along. Don't forget to like the stream. Get the stream up there. Vikings selection. Okay, we're announcing it finally. Come on, dude. Announce the pick already. The lady came out to just be like, hey, can you announce the pick already? And now he's like, what? Dude, announce the pick. What are we waiting for? Andrew Booth Jr. There we go. It took long enough, Ed. Yeah. Andrew Booth Jr. Now, he does have some issues. It's some degenerative knee issues, I do believe, which essentially reminds me a little bit of Javon Kinlaw. So we'll see how this goes. This is a pick that could be fantastic. Played really well, but then there is those knee issues right there. I'm sure that Ed guy will not be announcing any more picks for the Vikings. That's for sure, because he had to be told a couple of times to just make the damn pick. He will never be invited back. Seriously. It's like, dude, this isn't a... I mean, it's like, look, you want to have, like, your little speech, like, maybe, like, 30 seconds. Hey, 50 years ago I was drafted. I love the Vikings. Look at this cool purple jacket. Now, with the 42nd pick in the draft. Unreal. Like, what was that about? The fact that they had to have a lady come out and be like, you need to announce the pick right now. What the hell are we waiting for? Unbelievable. Some of the things you'll see. Yeah, he'll never be allowed. See, I wonder now we got a Giants fan out here. Just making the pick right now. So the Kid Merrill, writer comedian. And he's not waste. I like this guy. I like Wandale Robinson from Kentucky. Interesting. Now, I do have him on my list of the players who I could see the Niners going for on day 2, but he is way down on my list. Smaller guy. What does this mean for Kadarius Toney? You know? I mean, I know that Kadarius Toney, I don't know if possibly the Giants were looking to trade Toney, or was it Toney who wanted out? But either way, you know, we'll see what happens. But Wandale Robinson, you know, definitely one of those guys. You try and get the ball in his hands in space. You have to think that Brian Daboll had a big hand in this selection. So, yeah, I'm not too familiar with him, but at least he knew the task. Miro knew the task. Go up there, say a little something, and then bam, make the pick. Don't ramble on. Some fans want the Niners to trade up to the 50s or mid 40s, but the price would be pretty steep. Now, knocking on wood here, I haven't had to change my top 5 available in a while. Ed Marinaro guy, he even like told her to kind of like go away. Yeah, he won't be back. He will not be back anytime soon. The names you listed above. Yeah, Ziggy, you're probably right. Although I think, you know, I wonder if how many teams have had a chance to check the medicals on David Ajabo. Look, I mean, there's no chance that he's playing in this season, but just to think that, hey, did the surgery go well? Do they feel like it's recovering all good? But beyond that, you know, I do think, yeah, those guys are going to be most likely gone. So we'll see what happens, you know. But I think, there's a trade. Houston traded up with the Browns, it looks like. So the Texans, who just took Jalen Petrie, are on the clock. And then next it's going to be Baltimore. So the Ravens. I may as well just move on to that now. Yeah. Well, yeah, Michael, that was just that last play in the NFC Championship game was just awful. But I don't know if that had anything to do with Jermichael Hasty's size. I think it had more to do with the fact that the friggin' what Tom Compton just was awful in that game. I mean, you're going up against Von Miller and Aaron Donald and all these guys, so I mean, it can happen, but still not good. Trent Baalke has his eyes for a job. Oh, you know that he does. And I actually, if I were the Jaguars, I wouldn't hate the pick. I still think the Jaguars are going to be, I think 2023 is probably their most realistic year where they could, seriously compete. And then you get a Jabo, coming back. So I actually wouldn't hate the pick. If he goes to like the third round, and if he's there I assume they have their pick or do they still have that one? So I know they traded up. Yeah, they do have pick 65 overall, so it's kind of hard to keep track because there's so many picks coming and going. So we're at pick 44 overall. The Niners pick at 61. So if the Niners wanted to move up to around this point, they would realistically have to give up 93. Now, maybe and here's the thing. Jaquan Brisker's there. Maybe they feel like he could be an immediate guy they plug in at safety, even though and I said this, look, I'm not like, I'm probably wrong more than I'm right, but I said that Jaquan Brisker, of the top 5 safeties, that he was number 5, potentially 6. But it was Kyle Hamilton for me. Then it was Jalen Petrie. Then it was Lewis Seen. Then Daxton Hill. And then Jaquan Brisker. So we'll see. Wait, what was the trade there? What was the trade there for... I know that Houston traded up, but what did they give up for that? Trent Baalke just looking for injured cornerbacks now. He's gone. I mean, as long as they're injured, he's like, here we go. Hit him in the hands. If that was, yeah. I mean, I agree, Michael, but still, it was just the throw was not good. Ooh. Based on the Jimmy. Yeah, which. The Jimmy Johnson trade chart, although it does have value, I think there's also, other factors that play into it. But I see your point, definitely. John Mechie the third out of Alabama. I think, he also has an injury. I do have him on my list here. Now, he is gone. But this is, potentially a pick, moving forward for 2023. I can't remember exactly when he got hurt, so I don't know if he'll be back for this year. But yeah. Yeah, I could see that, Tom. That 17 more spots. So we're making progress, and there's still Perrion Winfrey hanging out from my original 5. Oh, in the SEC championship game. So yeah, he might be back for the tail end of the season. And maybe that's what, Houston would do, is maybe they would have John Mechie come in. Oh, they signed Marlon Mack. I forgot about that. But maybe they would have Mechie come in for like the last 4 or 5 games, get him a little bit of experience in his rookie year. And then in 2023, you unleash him. So I still would prefer Skye Moore, and then I think with Pickens, though, Pickens really has to go to a situation that's going to, you have to have a lot of veteran guys, I think, veteran wide receivers. And they do have one in, Brandon Cooks, so that could have been interesting. Baltimore Ravens on the clock. So they had what was one of my favorite picks for like the first round. I mean, getting Tyler Linderbaum and Kyle Hampton is pretty amazing. So considering where they picked. So I think you have to like what Baltimore's doing. And I'm trying to see their draft board because their draft board is up there. I'm guessing Baltimore doesn't like when they're being shown there because you can pretty much see their entire draft board. It's pretty funny. All right. Trent, yeah, so well, Trent Ball. Oh, the pick is in for the Ravens. So the Detroit Lions are back on the clock, and Detroit's another team that's done very well in this draft. Whoops. Nakobe Dean is still on the board, and Baltimore, they have Patrick Queen. So maybe they, if they want someone beside him, Nakobe Dean. Maybe actually I could see the Lions going Nakobe Dean if he doesn't go here. What else could the Ravens do? Now they did trade away Hollywood Brown, so maybe is Skye Moore an option here? They have Rashad Bateman from last year, Skye Moore potentially. They have Mark Andrews, who's a really good tight end. So that could be an option too. We're inching closer to the 49ers pick. Maybe they go Perry and Winfrey. So they added Marcus Williams, Morgan Moses. Let's see who else they added. Michael Pierce. So maybe defensive tackle's not top of their list. They have Ronnie Stanley coming back from injury as well. They lost Alejandro Villanueva. Did he retire, I think? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Nakobe Dean, though. That's quite surprising. Travis Jones as well from UConn is out there. He's a big-time run stopper. They lost Bradley Bozeman, who I think was their center, no? We'll see what they do here. The pick is in. You know, do they just... Lion selection. It's the Ravens who are on the clock. They could maybe just go Perry and Winfrey, who's the Matt Stover. I remember him from the Madden football games from back in the day. Not David Ajabo. David Ajabo gets selected, and he's emotional. I mean, can you blame him? You know, a few months ago, he was thinking that he was going to be a top 15 pick maybe, and now he goes at 45. So for him, he got picked. Good for him. He goes to a great organization. He goes to a really great organization there. Wow, good. Well, there goes David Ajabo. So that whole talk that I had about him falling down to 61. Now, of course, he has the Achilles injury, so that's something that they're going to have to work out. But it's going to take a little bit of time, his recovery. But I think, you know, a team like the Ravens, that's a great place for him to go to. All right. The top 5 is updated. And now on the clock are the Detroit Lions. Yeah, I look at Ajabo, that spin move. Wow. I mean, you put him, in Baltimore. I think that's going to be a really good move. It's a long-term move. It's, of course, we're not going to see him in 2022. But Odafe, I mean, that's just I think that's a great place for him to go to. I mean, they really are a really good organization. So, and I think long term, he could be the steal, you know. But then again, we did say that about Jalen Smith when he went to the Cowboys in the second round. We remember Miles Jack, who was pretty good. You know, he was pretty good there in in Jacksonville, but his career wasn't that long, and it's not that common that those picks work out, but we'll see. So we have the Commanders on the clock now. Is that, it's Key from Key and Peele. The Lions are quickly picking. They're not wasting any time. Josh Pascal from Kentucky. That is actually an edge player that Matt Mayoka, the 49ers beat writer, had as a possibility for the 49ers at 61. 3-year in a row captain for the Kentucky Wildcats. You know, I think he is someone great. I think, yeah, Dan Campbell's going to love him. Is very much in that mold for the Lions. I think absolutely loves football. Josh Pascal. So that's a really, really solid pick there for the Lions. I think he's just going to be like just part of that rotation, you know. But all those quarterbacks are still available. So let's take a look. Washington Commanders. They're picking now. Could they go quarterback? New Orleans Saints. Could they go quarterback? Who else do we have coming up? Indianapolis again. There's a lot of different ways. Hopefully someone will. Guys, I'm going to take a quick little restroom break. I'll be back in a minute. P for the D, Christian. You said it, buddy. And for those of you who don't know, well, my restroom is like very close to here. So that's why it doesn't take me very long. P for the D. P for the draft. P for the 49ers draft. Washington Commanders. So they went Jahan Dotson with their first round pick. And that was one of my least favorite picks in the first round. You know, they added Andrew Norwell to basically replace Brandon Scherf. So that's decent. They could go quarterback. They could absolutely go quarterback. Do they go Malik Willis? Do they go Matt Corral? Sit behind Carson Wentz for a year or two? Another option is maybe they want to build the offensive line. Maybe they go Bernard Ryman. We'll see. You know, but their weapons on offense. Adding Dotson, even though I didn't like him at 16 overall, you know, there's even though I didn't like him at 16 overall, I think, you know, he's still a good prospect. Add him with Scary Terry. You know, maybe Curtis Samuel can stay healthy. They have Gibson, a running back. Oof. Christian Watson to Green Bay. Damn it, I hate seeing that. That's a really good pick. Washington Commanders, the pick has been made. So next up are the Chicago Bears. The Bears are now on the clock. Again, thank you guys for hanging out with me here on this draft, keeping me company watching the draft. It's going to get real interesting once the Niners get on the clock. It's going to get real interesting. So we're at pick 47. So in a couple of picks, it might get to the point where the Niners could potentially trade up because you still have Perrion Winfrey, who immediately replaces DJ Jones. You have Skye Moore there, who could be a fantastic weapon for Trey Lance. Jaquan Brisker. Now, Jaquan Brisker could go here to the Commanders simply because they got rid of Landon Collins. So we'll see the Washington Commanders. It is going to take me a while to get used to that. Do they go quarterback? Do they go quarterback? Santana Moss out there announcing the pick. Fidarian Mathis. What is it with Washington and defensive tackles from Alabama? Oh my days. Alabama. Wow. Fidarian was on my list here. He's a good, really solid, underrated pressure guy. Gets, kind of not the focal point necessarily for the Alabama defense, but the Alabama defense isn't like it has been in recent years. Like, he's not Quinnen Williams. He's not Deron Payne, but he's, really solid. But the Commanders, they absolutely love their Alabama, Jonathan Allen, their defensive tackles from Alabama. I mean, it's not a bad way to go. I mean, it's kind of like the 49. Now they're getting Chase Young back from injury next year. There he is hitting Justin Fields when Justin Fields was at Ohio State. Yeah, underrated rusher. So that's a solid pick there. And I think they're, just like kind of how the 49ers are. Maybe a little bit of what Green Bay is trying to do is just having, just trying to build the best possible defensive line, and you win in the trenches. So now Chicago, they picked at 39. I think they got this pick, 48 overall from the Khalil Mack trade. And we're about 12, 13 picks away from the 49ers going on the clock. Can't wait to see it. But as I was saying just before that Commanders pick came in, that, if the Niners really do like Jaquan Brisker, he could be out there. Maybe they do look to trade up. They obviously don't want to risk it. Now the Bears pick is in. Eberflus is now the head coach. Maybe they look to try and build that defense from the ground up and start over. They really didn't want to pay while they're still kind of rebuilding. They didn't want to pay Khalil Mack all that money when they're probably not going to be that competitive. I doubt it. Well, at this point, Christian, I don't think Debo's going to get traded. I don't think during the draft. You know what I mean? At this point, there's no pick here that you could justify trade. Unless it was like a pick basically right here and like first round pick next year and whatever else. But beyond that, I think Debo's going to be with us now. Kind of what I'd seen a lot of on Twitter from like 49er beat writers and whatnot is that they're really just hoping that cooler heads will prevail, that Debo can be brought back, that, the relationship can be mended, whatever happened to it, they can mend it, and then they can be come to a long-term deal, probably in a similar, I think you're right with that too, Christian. Just go best available. The only need pick, is Jaquan Brisker. Maybe you need a safety, but even then, maybe you could bring back Tart. So I'm always okay with BPA. There goes Jaquan Brisker. Matt Eberflus. Well, there goes trading up for Jaquan Brisker because he is now gone. Okay. Well, I wasn't even a huge fan of his, so I'm not going to act like I'm a little disappointed because I think, if he was there at 61 and we took him, I'd be very happy with that. But I don't know if I would have wanted to trade up to that point. I don't know if I would have given up, let's say, 93 overall as well to get Jaquan Brisker. Because look, we still have Nick Cross out there. We still have Nick Cross from Maryland, who's lightning fast. We have Brian Cook from Cincinnati, who's a decent safety in his own right. Brian. So there's options out there at safety, but again, and this might not be popular with Niner fans, but I would still be happy with Jaquiski Tartt. Now, if he catches that pass in the NFC Championship game, he probably gets like a pretty decent contract, right? It's one play. He made a lot of fantastic plays, so I'm not going to act like we had to go with Brisker, we had to trade up for him, but still a bummer that he is not, that he's gone. So I have to update my list, and let's see who we got coming up next on my list. Okay. And we have okay, we have Travis Jones DL. So Travis Jones from UConn, another guy who could potentially replace DJ Jones, but definitely a very different player to Perrion Winfrey. And Perrion Winfrey is still out there. Now, saying that, the Saints, I could absolutely see them doing something like that. Now, the Saints took Chris Olave. Did they have another pick? They did have another pick, right? Oh, they took Trevor Penning, I think, too. So they basically replaced Terron Armstead. They added another Ohio State wide receiver to pair with Michael Thomas. And although, the Saints, they have Jameis Winston, Taysom Hill. None of those guys are lighting the league on fire by any means. Decent weapons there. Alvin Kamara. So is this potentially a spot here for a tight end? I don't really know too much of who the Saints have at tight end, but this is a possibility. Maybe they go Trey McBride. They could potentially go with Greg Dulcich, Isaiah Likely. There's a lot of players falling, though. Yeah, why isn't Nakobe Dean falling? I don't know. I would love Tartt, but everyone forgets. Yeah, exactly. You're right, Christian. He had that big play just before the end of the half in the NFC Championship or the NFC Divisional round against Green Bay, which could have easily been a touchdown. And then it led to a field goal kick, which we blocked. So that was a huge play by Tartt, and he's just very solid. Now, he does miss time. He typically misses like at least a few games a year, which is a concern. But I still think Tartt is underrated just from the fact that he didn't make that catch. It's amazing he made that crazy catch week 1 of 2017 against Cam Newton, that like one-handed catch, but he doesn't make the gimme. But such is football. But Nakobe Dean falling, yeah. Nakobe Dean falling. It's a bit of a mystery. Maybe do the Saints, Chiefs. I'm trying to think where he could go. Now, he's definitely not going to be going to the Niners just because the Niners really don't need a linebacker. When you have Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw, Azeez Al-Shire, you sign Oren Burks. Pick looks like it's going to be in for the Saints. So that will put the Kansas City Chiefs on the clock. The Chiefs, who've had a very nice draft as well so far. Getting Trent McDuffie from Washington. They got George Karlaftis from Purdue. So you got to like what they're doing. Maybe they take Nakobe Dean. Dean falling on size. Yeah, he's not the biggest. That it's crazy to me that linebackers are 229. Because what was Patrick Willis? Like 250 or something? Almost 245? 250? Pick is in for the Saints. Yeah, they have a lot. So they replaced Terron Armstead with Trevor Penning. I'm trying to think who are some of the other guys that they lost. Cam Jordan's not getting any younger, so do they look for an edge like Cameron Thomas, San Diego State? That's a possibility. Maybe a faster guy like a Nick Benito from Oklahoma. But we are edging ever closer to the 49ers pick. So I'm going to be really excited for that. Pick is in for the Saints. After that, we have the Kansas City Chiefs. Then we have the Eagles, Steelers, Colts, Patriots, Cardinals. So, okay, so they added Marcus May to replace Marcus Williams. Andy Dalton. They lost Terran Armstead, lost Martin. I don't know about... Why did they sign Andy... I don't know. Can never have too many linebackers. Yeah. No, I don't disagree with that necessarily, Christian, but we have like 3 very capable ones. I think Oren Burks is a solid option as a number 4. We typically only play with 2 linebackers on the field anyways, so we're just able to develop linebackers. I wouldn't mind a linebacker later in the draft, but in the second round, then again, who knows? Who knows what could happen? Speaking of Cam Jordan, he is out there with Dustin Poirier, UFC fighter. Alante Taylor, cornerback from Tennessee. He was on my list, but quite a ways down. Decent size. I think, does he have some injury issues? 6 foot, 200 pounds, so he is a pretty damn good size. Solid athleticism, and as you can see here, he is not afraid to tackle. The Chiefs, yeah, they took Trent McDuffie, they took George Karlaftis. So yeah, I could see, going wide receiver here. Calvin Austin, do they go Skye Moore? Although, because they brought in MVS, who is, 6'4", speed guy. Mecole Hardman, speed guy. Of course, they have Travis Kelce. Who else do they have at receiver? Did they sign anyone else? Maybe they want to go with the smaller, more shifty wide receiver. I could see Skye Moore or Calvin Austin III being in play here. If they want to go a little bit bigger, maybe David Bell from Purdue. Yeah, you got to love those first 2 picks, though, from the Chiefs, huh? McDuffie at 21. Now, McDuffie was my number 3 or 4 cornerback. I like, in terms of cornerbacks, it was Sauce Gardner. For me, Kaiir Elam was number 2. If you were looking for like a straight-up man-to-man cornerback, Kaiir Elam, and if he stays healthy, I think in Buffalo, that's perfect. It was a perfect situation for him with that Sean McDermott defense. It was McDuffie and Stingley. I was kind of, touch and go on, simply because with Stingley, he was just so good early with LSU. And I think McDuffie was really good against some kind of lower competition, but against some of the bigger competition, he was okay. I would love to do one of those 40-yard and just see if I could get under 5 seconds. I think I'd be fairly happy. Yeah, they traded Tyreek Hill, man. Interesting that there's no big trades happening in the NFL for like players moving or anything like that. At least that I know of. It hasn't been, I don't think it's been announced yet that, I don't think it's been announced yet what's happening with Alex Mack. Now, I assume he's gone. It sounded like he was, there's a trade. So it's the Patriots Patriots. So they just moved up about 4 spots. So Patriots are on the clock. I'm assuming that the pick is going to be coming in. And then what I'm going to do is put the Eagles now on the clock. Yeah, pick is in, so the Eagles are on the clock. Patriots trading up for Nakobe Dean. This is Nakobe Dean, right? This has to be Nakobe Dean. Or Perry and Winfrey, but I could see Nakobe Dean. Or maybe they move up for some player that we've never heard of. Maybe it's some player that we've never heard of, but I could see Nakobe Dean here, It would not surprise me at all. And then if they added Cole Strange and Nakobe Dean, and you just basically say, well, just imagine if they took Nakobe Dean in the first round and Cole Strange here, then it's like, oh, well, the Patriots are doing pretty good. Ooh, okay, that's a really good point. That is a really good point. Troy Anderson, the linebacker, converted from Montana State. The linebacker converted from quarterback. Is that something that can happen? Skye Moore, do they want to get another weapon for Mac Jones? Now they have Kendrick Bourne, who I really like. Of course, they traded for Devontae Parker. They have Nelson Aguilar. They have Hunter Henry at tight end. They have Jonnu Smith at tight end. They added Mac Wilson, linebacker, in free agency. Or was that through trade? I can't remember. Jabril Peppers, Terrence Mitchell. Going with some veterans there in the secondary, which is a very Patriot. They love their Malcolm Butler. They brought him back. Ty Montgomery, a do-it-all kind of guy. Very much Patriot-esque type moves because it's the Patriots. You never know. Yeah, you really never know. Now maybe, oh yeah, they lost Chase Winovich. What happened to Chase Winovich? Where did he go? And they lost J.C. Jackson. They have Hunter Henry and they're Jonnu Smith, and they're paying them big money, but maybe they think if they draft a tight end here, and then by the time, let's say if the tight end works out and is really solid, by the time you'd have to pay him, the other guys are off the books. So, but man, you trade up, I think Nakobe Dean. Not that I should ever be surprised at what the Patriots do, but I'd be kind of surprised if it wasn't Nakobe Dean. Their offensive rank was 15th. They traded away Shaq Mason. Now, they did just draft Cole Strange to basically replace him. The Patriots definitely wanted to get someone that they thought that either the Eagles, Steelers, or Colts could take. Oh, we have a Patriots. Is this for like a Make-A-Wish thing or something? Yeah, Make-A-Wish. Lawrence Guy out there with Ben Lepper, Make-A-Wish recipient. I do like those. Man, that New York Giants fan was great yesterday. He was so pumped up. Ben Leeper. What's he? There we go. The New England this is, yeah. Leukemia. Good for this kid. I can't even imagine. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Taekwon Thornton. Taekwon Thornton. Taekwon Thornton. The Patriots just say, screw your guys' boards. Now, Taekwon Thornton is a big dude who's fast. He can fly. 6'2" and a half. He's a tall dude, not like a big... He's not a big dude, but he's tall. I think if he bulks up a little bit, he's for sure got speed. Yeah, look at that. Taekwon Thornton, a 4.28 40 at the combine. So that guy can... I mean, it's for sure a reach, but you know what the Patriots say to that? We don't care. Let's be real. Belichick don't care. He has a job for life. Wow, man. That's giving me the feels right there. That kid is so stoked to do that. Taekwon Thornton. Now, he is someone who I don't have on my list here at all. It's not to say that he's not going to be a good player, that he's not good, but... That's an interesting one. Skye Moore is there thinking, what the hell? What about me? George Pickens, like really? Taekwon Thornton over me? David Bell? Calvin Austin? Hey, look, here's the thing. I took Taekwon Thornton in a number of my mock drafts. Granted, a lot of times that was in the 6th or 7th round, but he's someone who for sure stretches the field, which is never a bad thing, and maybe gives them a different skill set. Because I don't think that the Patriots they don't have that burner. I mean, Kendrick Bourne is certainly not that. Kendrick Bourne is a very solid route runner, but not a burner by any means. I don't think Devontae Parker is a burner. Neither is Nelson Aguilar, so maybe they really want to get that. But Calvin Austin, no, they didn't want to. Okay. We just can't, with the Patriots, let's just forget being surprised. Nakobe Dean is there like, what are you doing, Bill? Come on. So, the Philadelphia Eagles, they've had quite the interesting draft so far. They got Jordan Davis, who's just the monster, run stuffer, freak athlete. I mean, there's nothing else to say. Considering his size, what he can run and what he can do is phenomenal. Of course, they traded for A.J. Brown, and I don't think they've made a pick today. Let me just make sure I didn't forget it. They did not. So we're about 10 picks away from the 49ers. Whew. The Patriots, they just don't give a fuck, do they? They just don't care at all. But I guess in some ways you just got to respect that, right? Bill Belichick says, oh yeah, that's your best available. I don't care. So, Philadelphia, where could they go here? I'm trying to think of what some of their needs are. So they added Hassan Reddick. They added A.J. Brown. Of course, yesterday they added A.J. Brown and gave him a big deal. They added Zach Pascal, Kaiser White, linebacker. Maybe potentially is linebacker in need for them. Could this be where Nakobe Dean? They lost Brandon Brooks, so potentially Dylan Parham here. They lost safety Rodney McLeod. Might be a little bit early, but could Nick Cross or Brian Cook, who are the next couple of safeties. They lost actually a lot of linebackers, so this could have fallen very well for the Philadelphia Eagles to get Nakobe Dean. Nakobe Dean falls to the guy. Yeah, I mean, if Nakobe Dean, I could see him going here. Pittsburgh always wants to put out a good. Pittsburgh always wants to put out a good defense. Sorry about that. My chair, I thought I had it locked in place. I guess I didn't. I'm trying to think with Pittsburgh though. 1-3 in the playoffs since winning the Super Bowl. Yeah. Jalen Hurts, they who were their running backs again? I'm trying to think who were the Eagles running backs. They have a lot of weapons though. I mean, obviously adding A.J. Brown too. J.J. Arcega-Whiteside is moving to tight end. Devontae Smith, Jalen Reagor, who's not that good. Dallas Goedert. So, I mean, Jalen Hurts is in a great situation, especially after they added A.J. Brown. So maybe they go to beef up the defense a little bit. Maybe edge rusher. You can never have enough of that. Nick Benito. Maybe they want to get a speed guy. Carly Lloyd, 2-time Women's World Cup champion soccer player. Good for her. Cam Jurgens, no! That is absolutely someone the 49ers could have targeted there at pick 61. So I'm definitely not happy with that. Damn it. That's a good pick. Frickin' frack, to quote Tom Grossi. Frickin' frack. Yeah, I really would have liked Cam Jurgens in for the 49ers at 61. I think he could have essentially just been a plug-and-play guy at center if Alex Mack does, in fact, retire. I still think, though, that J.C. Treader is an option for us, again, assuming that Mack retires. So Bernard Ryman now. Oh, the Steelers pick is in. And then it's going to be the Colts. So the Colts, have they made a pick yet? I don't think they have. Yeah, really bummed about that. Someone who would have just filled an immediate need and I think would have been good value at 61 if he was there. Chase Claypool's out here to make the pick. Bernard Ryman, though, I added him. So if we don't bring back McGlinchey long term, could be an option for us, but not a major need is offensive tackle, considering we have the best offensive tackle, left tackle in Trent Williams. McGlinchey is looking really, really good in his videos that he's posted. So George Pickens gets selected. Wow. George Pickens is gone. Definitely there was some injury concerns right there. But man, and I think Pittsburgh actually might be the perfect place for a George Pickens to go to. With Coach Mike Tomlin, with a guy like Chase Claypool to, be a mentor. You get Kenny Pickett, another weapon, or Mitch Trubisky. Deontay Johnson, you have Najee Harris, so you have some really solid weapons there, a lot of high character guys. Of course, a fantastic coaching staff there, great tradition in Pittsburgh. I think if Pickens, that's one of the top teams that I think that he could have gone to because that was the big thing that they had said about Pickens, not only injury history but just interviews and does he really love the game and all that, and if he doesn't love the game, well, Mike Tomlin will make him love the game. Gonna take away some of these things from the scrolling. Oh, they're flying out of here. So the Colts selection is out there. The Colts take Alec Pierce from Cincinnati. Alec Pierce. Now, this is a little bit early for Alec Pierce, I would have thought. Where do I have Alec Pierce? Oh, I have him over here. But hey, you get a weapon in Indianapolis. One of those things where they have a fantastic run game for Matt Ryan. You get him a solid weapon. People say Cooper Kupp-esque. Now, to me, that's obviously crazy expectations to put on the shoulder of a guy. The kid wearing the Niner jersey was kicking a field goal and just hit the camera. But Alec Pierce, I think he is someone who's going to be fantastic in the slot. Only player in AAC with 10-plus contested catches, so he can win the jump ball. Really solid pick there. Now, at 52 overall, a little bit higher. Skye Moore. I'm just surprised at some of these. Skye Moore is still here. Wow. Cam Thomas from San Diego State. I could see why people like Alec Pierce. There's no doubt about that. I would have had Watson, and it's crazy. I think Watson, it's the speed as well with Watson that really intrigues people. Just that lightning quick speed. So the Chiefs are now on the clock. They traded with the Patriots earlier, so the Patriots could take Taekwon Thornton. So there's quite a few wide receivers coming off the. So interesting thing, we've still only had one quarterback taken. I'm gonna remove. if Deebo Samuel is still a 49ers. Gotta love my grammar. Yeah, I think Nakobe Dean, though. Pick is in for the Chiefs. So now it's the Cardinals Cardinals are going to make their first pick of their draft, considering they traded their first round pick for Hollywood Brown. More to the Chiefs. I could see it. Or Calvin Austin. I know that was a name that was thrown out earlier. We know how much they just absolutely love their speedy guys. So Calvin Austin, Skye Moore. Who knows? Perion Winfrey is still there. So that's pick 54. So to me, we're almost at the point where one of these guys on this list is going to be there. There's a lot of intriguing things that could happen here. Now, the Arizona Cardinals, they need edge, and I think someone like Cameron Thomas, would be in play for them. They clearly don't need wide receiver, but the Chiefs, maybe they want to add in Skye Moore, or they could go Calvin Austin. I just don't know. But I think they do want to. Oh, they added Juju Smith-Schuster as well. I forgot about that, but not a speed guy by any means. They added Justin Reed. Ronald Jones went to the Chiefs. I was wondering earlier where Ronald Jones went to. They added a lot of players. So they really don't need safety. They added Trent McDuffie. They added George Karlaftis. Maybe Nakobe Dean. So, yeah, of course, they traded away Tyreek Hill. But they added MVS. They added Smith-Schuster. They lost Anthony Hitchens. So maybe Nakobe Dean. And this would be just a steal right here. Wow. Charvarius Ward, they lost him, of course, to the Niners. Austin Blythe. Here comes Tony Gonzalez. I'm Tony Gonzalez. Tony Gonzalez out here to make the pick for the Chiefs. Watch the Niners when they get on the clock. They just trade back. There's a Niner fan there with the Fred Warner jersey. Gotta love it. Skye Moore. Good call, Michael. You called that earlier. Now he's definitely not the biggest guy, but for sure, great speed, excellent route runner. Someone who can absolutely get open. Now, is he Tyreek Hill? No, but he has just some fantastic moves to get open, and I think he's going to excel in that offense. He's not going to be the primary guy that people look at. So you got Travis Kelce, Smith-Schuster, MVS, McCole Hardman. So Skye Moore, I think especially in his first couple of years, could really excel. He can get open. He'll be on like the team's number 4 cornerback. Fantastic move. Frackin' damn it. Yeah, at this point here, I'm really not wanting the 49ers to draft a receiver. I just don't know if they would. So the pick is in for the Cardinals now, so I got some things to update here. So, and I think the Cardinals could easily go Nakobe Dean. And now I got to update this as well. And the next person on my list is Tariq Woolen. Well, they're already coming out, so this is great. Now we're finally getting through picks here. Yeah, watch the Niners go on the clock and they just trade back like 20 picks. I'll be like, no. Is that Aeneas Williams? It is Aeneas Williams. I don't like him. Trey McBride, the first tight end. The first tight end is off the clock, and this is actually a really good pick here, simply because they have Zach Ertz there. He gets to learn from just a great professional in Zach Ertz. He goes to an offense where they're going to throw the ball a lot. Kyler Murray must be ecstatic for this right here. Just to get, in the last couple of days, you know, they get Trey McBride and they get Hollywood Brown. So just some weapons for him. So he's got to be happy with that. I got to update this scrolling text. We're getting so close to the 49ers. All right. Yeah, that's a good pick, you know, just because they are, just because they're a division rival. I'm not going to knock their pick. That's a really solid pick right there for the Arizona Cardinals. Now, it looks like the Cowboys pick is in. So then we're going to have the Buffalo Bills on the clock. Now, I could absolutely see Jerry Jones wanting to take Nakobe Dean here. You know, they do love their linebackers. You know, they've drafted Jalen Smith. They've drafted Leighton Vander Esch. Jalen Smith is obviously no longer with the team. I think Leighton Vander Esch is with them, still with them. They drafted Micah Parsons, who they essentially, converted to an edge player, and he was fantastic as a rookie. So they clearly believe in their confidence too. And I love that graphic there. Lost to 49ers in the wild card. But they clearly believe in their ability to work with linebackers. Dan Quinn, the defensive coach there. Roger Goodell is out here to announce the pick. They have a Cowboys. Oh, they do have a Cowboy celebrity? They don't. Ooh, let's see. Sam Williams. Sam Williams, the edge from Ole Miss. The edge from Ole Miss. There goes Sam Williams. Now, I love Sam Williams as a prospect. Clearly, this is a move to help replace the loss of Randy Gregory, who signed with the Denver Broncos. Sam Williams did have some off-the-field issues before. It was back in 2019, I believe. But overall, I think this is a really solid pick. Yeah, Sam Williams is someone who would fill a great need. Well, I don't know about a need, but he would be a really good complement to a guy like Bosa, an absolute speed edge rusher. I think at Ole Miss, a lot of times they played a lot of they did play quite a lot of 3-4 there, which really kind of, screwed Sam Williams over simply because he is not that guy. He's the guy in a 4. He's either like a 3-4 outside linebacker, but they played him at end in a 3-4 quite a bit, which he's just not big enough for that. You either need him in a 4-3 on the edge or else 3-4 outside linebacker where the other guys can chew up the blockers. So I think this is a really solid move for the Cowboys. Of course, there is the off-the-field concerns, but again, they were from a number of years ago, and I don't think anything resurfaced from that. So if he's got his head on, straight, and if he's, ready to go, then I think that could be a really solid pick right there. Sam Williams. Looks like Tampa Bay traded up with Buffalo. So it's the Bucks that are on the clock right now. Maybe there's someone that they thought that Atlanta might take. Maybe could this be quarterback? You know, maybe how much do they believe in Kyle Trask? Do they possibly, Brady's going to be for a couple of years. Do they think, hey, Malik Willis, Matt Corral, Desmond Ridder, Sam Howell, and then they could have just those, Trask and them battle it out after Brady. Who knows? So there's 4 more picks until the 49ers. So if you look at my list here of the top 5 guys, the top 5 guys available, one of them will absolutely for sure be available for the 49ers. Earlier, the Buccaneers took Logan Hall, really nice defensive end. Pair him with Shaq Barrett, pair him with Joe Tryon from last year, who they drafted in the first round, so they have some solid edge rushers. Who knows where Tampa Bay could go here, but potentially a quarterback. Yeah, Christian, I'd love to see your what are your top 5? It's either Dean or move back for more picks if Dean is there. That's a good point, I do think ultimately what will happen is either Azeez or Dre Greenlaw will. We're not going to keep both of them long term because we're already paying Fred Warner a lot of money, and we found Greenlaw 5th round, Azeez Al-Shire undrafted. So, I believe in our ability to develop linebackers too. Niners pick. So after the pick is in for the Buccaneers. Oh, so let me update this. It's going to be the Falcons back on the clock. And then after that, there's just a couple more picks to go, and then it's going to be the 49ers. So on NFL Network now, they are asking Ian Rappaport about the quarterback, the class, what's happening here, any updates on that. And, earlier, Atlanta, that was a team that people maybe thought could take a quarterback if they still, maybe they take Malik Willis here. They just think that potentially is the value too good. Here comes the Buccaneers pick. These guys are having a hard time seeing because there's just the sun is right in their face. I don't envy them, but Dean and Warner, yeah, it's just really, I guess you got just BPA, you never know. Titus O'Neil. So the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Luke Godecki from Central Michigan. He went before Bernard Ryman. Luke Godecki. Interesting. Cross Parham, Benito, Jackson, Jones. Luke Godecki off the board right there. You get some more players up front to protect Brady. Don't know if he'll start right away. But yeah, interesting pick right there. I think Ryman has a lot more potential, but clearly the Buccaneers felt good about Godecki, and they really felt that maybe another team could have taken him. Perhaps a team like the Atlanta Falcons, who, although they have Matthews at left tackle, I know from speaking to a couple of Falcons fans, they do not like Caleb McGarry at all at right tackle. So maybe they felt like the Falcons could have taken someone. We shall see. We're getting ever so close to the first pick for the 49ers. We've been live here for about 2.5 hours, and we got at least, I would say, another 2.5 hours to go. And it's going to be real interesting. Real interesting. Yeah, that's true. Pick is in for Atlanta, so now the Vikings are on the clock. And we are really close now to the 49ers. Yeah, they have Tristan Wirfs at right tackle. So, and that's exactly where Ryman played. But, maybe you spend a year kind of developing him. because they also have Donovan Smith as well still, right? So maybe you develop Ryman for a year or whatever too after you develop him for a couple years behind Donovan Smith, and then he can just be a franchise left tackle potentially. Pick is in for the Falcons. Arthur Blank, man, that guy is always just dressed so well. Who have the Falcons taken so far? We know earlier they took Arnold Ebiketie and they took Drake London. You know, I wasn't a big fan of the Drake London pick, to be honest with you. My number one wide receiver was Treylon Burks. I know that's definitely not a pick for everyone, but he was my number one guy. So we shall see here. Maybe the Falcons go with Perrion Winfrey to team up with Grady Jarrett. Work done is making the pick. Troy Anderson, the quarterback turned linebacker from Montana State. Wow. That is interesting. Now, the one thing which you gotta like about a linebacker who played quarterback is that you kind of can feel, you know, you almost have that sixth sense of like what a quarterback might want to do. And he, you know, very athletic, at a very small school. Over Nakobe Dean. How many people would have bet that before the draft started? Can you believe it? There must be something with Nakobe Dean. You know, must be something with Nakobe Dean that teams don't like. You know, and I'm sure wherever Nakobe Dean goes to, he'll be being like, oh, you all passed on me. He's going to be out to show and prove everyone wrong. Troy Anderson. Wow. I'm trying to think about the most shocking picks that I've seen today. Taekwon Thornton was a big one. The Patriots, but I mean, we almost have to expect that. Troy Anderson, that's just... Can you believe it? Can you believe Troy Anderson? Pick is in for the Vikings. So the Bills are on the clock. After the Bills are the 5-time Super Bowl champion San Francisco 49ers. Heads up, it will be Eric Armstead making the pick for the 49ers when they're on the clock. Viking selection right here. Minnesota Vikings. Earlier, they took Lewis Seen. Quite a few wrestlers making picks and UFC fighters. It's pretty cool. The Vikings select Ed Ingram, the guard from LSU. Get some more protection for Kirk Cousins. Open some more lanes for Dalvin Cook. Could have been a fit for the 49ers, actually. Could have been a pick for the 49ers. Although I definitely prefer someone like a Dylan Parham. I'd prefer Parham. I think you could put Parham right in, maybe at right guard. Have Banks play left guard. You know, Banks, although, you know, he didn't really play as a rookie, but I think he could do, you know, put him in, like, beside a Hall of Famer and Trent Williams. That's setting him up for success. Ooh, it's getting interesting here, folks. We're getting real close now to the Ingram. Again, that was someone who was on my radar somewhat, but I just think that there are better scheme fits, I think. So the Buffalo Bills are now picking at overall 60. The Bills are taking their time here. Maybe are they trying to work a trade that if they feel like there's a team that wants to jump ahead of the 49ers? We'll see. Could the Bills go with a Nakobe Dean? We know that Sean McDermott, back in the day, he had Luke Kuechly with the Panthers. Bills love their defense, having that defensive head coach. Their offense is fairly set. Although, could they go a running back? Isaiah Spiller. They drafted C.J. Spiller in the first round all those years ago. Could they go Isaiah Spiller? Is this maybe a spot for someone else like a Rashad White, Brian Robinson, James Cook, the running back from Georgia? But they are winding this clock down. I would not be surprised if they are trying to work a trade. But I mean, maybe the Bills. I wouldn't be. I mean, we could trade back. We could trade back. You know, it's in how maybe there's a team that wants to move up for a quarterback. Maybe that's who the Bills. Maybe they're on, the phone with some teams. Not that they think that San Francisco. I mean, I doubt it actually, because if you look at the teams coming up, Niners aren't taking a quarterback. Chiefs aren't. Bengals aren't. Broncos aren't. Jaguars aren't. Maybe there's a trade. The Bengals have traded up. So I was thinking they were taking a long time. So the Bengals have traded up, maybe to get an offensive lineman to get ahead of the 49ers for potentially an offensive lineman for some more protection. Maybe a Bernard Ryman. Maybe a Perry and Winfrey to pair with DJ Hill or BJ Hill in Cincinnati. This is pretty wild, folks. The Bengals moved up just a couple of spots. So clearly the pick is in. So with that pick in, we know that the 49ers are on the clock. The pick is in for the Cincinnati Bengals. And the 49ers, the 5-time Super Bowl champs, are on the clock. If there is no trade back in the next 5 to 7 minutes, we will know who the 49ers have selected with their first pick of the 2022 NFL Draft. Cincinnati. T. Higgins, Tyler Boyd, Jamar Chase. They could go tight end. They lost C.J. Uzomah. I don't know if they replaced him in free agency. Potentially, they could go with a Greg Dulcich. And maybe they feel like the 49ers or the Chiefs wanted to go a tight end to pair with Kittle and Kelsey, respectively. Maybe they want to go, there's a lot of different ways. Maybe they want to jump up some of these teams to secure getting a Nakobe Dean. So they can beef. Because I know the Bengals, I remember when the Niners played the Bengals, their linebackers were not great. So this could be a perfect spot for Nakobe Dean. Yeah, they Trey Hendrickson is a really good player. They have, I mean, maybe the Niners trade back. We'll see. I don't know. No, they've been waiting a long time, and we do have some needs. Safety is a need. Center is a need if Alex Mack retires. I think we have a need at guard. Dylan Parham is there. He could be someone that you immediately add in. Potentially, do we look to add in a Perry and Winfrey to replace what DJ Jones brought to the 49ers defense? They added Hayden Hurst, but he's not moving the needle for... I think maybe the Bengals go tight end here. And they're thinking that maybe the Niners or the Chiefs could maybe want to get another tight end to pair with the All-Pros, Kittle or Kelsey. We will see what happens. The pick is in for the Bengals. So the Niners have already been on the clock for a couple of minutes, I think. Maybe they have to go grab the Bengals guy because he thought he'd have another 15 minutes to get ready to announce the pick or something. I would, to move up 3 spots, give up a 6th round pick. I mean, there you go. I think this could very well be Nakobe Dean. If you can get a player like that, if you get to the Super Bowl and without any major trades, if you can then add 2 nice defensive pieces, Daxton Hill and Nakobe Dean, in the draft, I mean, hard to say no to that. Here comes the man to announce the Cincinnati Bengals pick. Isaac Curtis, 4-time Pro Bowl selection. I like Perry and Winfrey more. Cam Taylor-Britt. Now, Cam Taylor-Britt was actually someone mocked to the 49ers. Mel Kiper had Cam Taylor-Britt mocked to the 49ers. Excellent size, really physical right there. So that could be something. Maybe they felt like the 49ers could have gone Cam Taylor-Britt. Is that maybe the thought around the league, is that the Niners want to go cornerback, even though we do have a number of solid players in Charvarius Ward. We have Emmanuel Mosley, Ambry Thomas, Dante Johnson, Diamador Lenore. So the 49ers on the clock. The pick is in for the Niners. So the pick is in. There is going to be no trade back. My guess for this pick is going to be Dylan Parham. Whoops. Caps lock. My guess for the 49ers is Dylan Parham. It's going to be either one of my top two guys, Dylan Parham or Perry and Winfrey. And the selection, it's coming up right this second. I think Eric Armstead should be coming out to make the selection. Let's see. I'm not going to look at the chat. Not that I think you guys would necessarily spoil anything, but I just want to be surprised. They're showing Breece Hall. Good for him. Why is Breece, why are they doing this for the Niner pick? Really? We've been waiting all this time, and now they choose this to bring out Breece Hall. Unbelievable. May as well bring out that freaking guy for the Vikings, Ed, whatever his name is, and spend 10 minutes talking about his life. This dude's a baller, says Zach Wilson about Breece Hall. I'm not denying that. Let's just get to the pick for the Niners. We've been waiting we haven't had a pick in the first round, the second round, until now. We don't care. Why do we care about Breece Hall? He's unreal. What is this? The Niners are on the clock, but they're focused on let's show off with the Jets. Unreal. This is so ridiculous. All right, cool. I'm not looking at the chat. I can see the chat's moving a little bit in my peripheral vision, but I want to be surprised when I see the pick. Whenever it is, whenever it happens. This is just, come on. What are we doing here? Why would they choose now? Why would they choose now to... Unreal. I swear people at the draft must think, did the Jets trade up with the 49ers or something? Why are they showing the Jets up here? The Niners were just on the clock. Cool. All right. Off the stage now, Breece. What in the world? Are ESPN doing this same nonsense too? What the frickin' frack? I wouldn't be mad at Nakobe Dean. Now I'm looking at it, but I wouldn't be bad at Nakobe Dean. I wouldn't be mad at Nakobe Dean. I'd question maybe the need there. But hey, it's just I would be kind of shocked by it. But look, as you know, Christian mentioned earlier, you can never have too many linebackers. Maybe we would potentially trade Greenlaw or Aziz for like maybe like a late third round pick if you want to pick up another, you know. This is just outrageous. Okay, Eric Armstead. Eric Armstead. Armstead's just such a beast. Drake Jackson, we get an edge player. Okay, so Drake Jackson was actually on my list right here, a little bit farther down, but he's someone who's going to come in, be part of the rotation. He's someone who gets basically the best coaching on the defensive line that anyone can ask for. With Chris Kasorik, he gets to play opposite Nick Bosa. I'm definitely a little bit shocked by the pick, but I don't hate it. Very bendy, and that's something that the 49ers need at the edge position. Now, I think ultimately what we do is we rework Ebukam's deal, so he's not taking up so much cap room, but it's an interesting pick. I think it's solid. I'd be when I put it this way, I'm sure guys like Kasorik had a lot of input in this. I don't know if we actually met with Drake Jackson earlier I'm sure through the process we spoke with him, but I'm not sure if we actually met him. But overall, very nice pass rushing grade, according to PFF. And I think you just look, sometimes you want to work with your strengths. And look, we lost Arden Key. I do like the addition of Kimoko Toure. Drake Jackson, I think, could be someone who comes in and, again, as a rookie, is maybe just like, hey, on third downs, obvious pass rushing situations, you come in as part of the rotation. I'll be very curious to see how he develops moving forward. Again, although edge isn't necessarily a need right now, I think that a lot of our guys are on one-year deals. Kerry Hyder, there goes Brian Cook, the safety for Cincinnati, to the Chiefs, and that's a very good pick, and that's someone that I think we could have looked at. But back to Drake Jackson, look, we have a lot of edge players on one-year deals. Now we have another guy, Drake Jackson, who's going to be here, sign a 4-year deal, someone that we can definitely help, combine with Nick Bosa. I think he complements him pretty well. Although, again, there are players like I would have preferred a Nick Benito from Oklahoma. I can't hate the pick either because, we just know how important it is. Like when you are in a division with Matt Stafford, with Kyler Murray, Seattle now, but you got to get after the quarterback, and you need speed, and I think Drake Jackson's solid. I'm not overly happy with it. Again, I would have gone maybe Nick Benito instead, but I don't hate the pick either. Yeah, and I think, Kasorik and working every day with the likes of Nick Bosa and, even Armstead and these guys on the defensive line, I think that's going to be, it's a wonderful place for him to go to. And it also just creates more competition at the edge spot. Now, I don't really know how good Drake Jackson is ultimately going to be. Of course, nobody really does. But I think it's a solid pick, You can never have too many edge rushers, and they usually come at a premium. So, happy with the pick, not overly excited, but I don't hate it. So, now, I think on the clock should be the Bills, if I'm not mistaken. The pick is in for the Bills, so now it's going to be the Broncos who are on the clock. And then we still have these 5 guys who are left. Now, maybe the 49ers look to trade up to, add to, let's say, a Dylan Parham, add to the offensive line. Yeah, so for sure. Some injury history with Drake Jackson, I think. But, a guy who long-term, maybe he develops. You never know what could happen. And I think if you give him, he'll never be the focal point of the offensive line or the offensive game plan, and not as long as Nick Bosa's with the Niners, which will be a long time. But you think about it, on those pass rushing situations where it's Bosa, Armstead, maybe, Kinlaw, or whoever else we have out there, and you have Drake Jackson, he's going to get those one-on-one matchups, and if he can like win those with some consistency, I think he could really put up some decent numbers. It's definitely not as exciting as, you know, as much as like when you're picking like top 10 or whatever, but I'll happily take successful seasons over having some exciting draft picks, you know, early. Let's see, update the news. All right. Cool. So we waited a long time for Drake Jackson. We do have 2 picks in the 3rd round. And once we hit the 3rd round, it's only 5 minutes per pick. So that will definitely speed things up. Although in the NFL, they typically like to do a whole bunch of random people making picks. So who knows? Yeah. I doubt he'll contribute a lot this year. You know, it's a long season, and when we talk about having depth, you know, having depth at edge, we just know how important it is. He felt pretty confident that Debo's not going anywhere. Okay, I was just reading them. They're talking about, you know, they were talking with Eric Armstead, and he felt pretty confident that Debo should be back. I mean, edge is as important as any position to have depth, so you can rotate guys in and out. And yeah, maybe he won't compete, or maybe he won't play a ton his rookie year. But I think as the season goes on, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets on the field. Maybe week 10, week 11, as you get into like the really like the big time games, down like the stretch towards the playoffs, he could play some a vital role in just being out there if guys get hurt. Yeah, Kasur typically has guys who come in the second half of the year. I think we saw that quite a bit with Javon Kinlaw, who came along towards the second half of his rookie year. Nick Bosa was obviously special, so he basically just started right away. But overall, you know, I think a solid selection. Not someone who was huge on my radar. I mean, if you were talking about taking edge in the 2nd round, James Cook, so another running back goes, James Cook to the Bills. And that's a really solid pick right there. A lot of people like James Cook. And he gets to go to a really solid organization in the Bills, going to a really, really successful team. So he's got to feel good about that. All right. So yeah, definitely some interesting trades, interesting things happening right here. Brian Cook, I got to take him off. Yeah, I would say Nick Cross is the next best safety. You could talk about Kirby Joseph from Illinois. You could talk about JT Woods from Baylor. Verone McKinley, I'm a big fan of. And we'll see what happens later. So in the 3rd round, there's going to be a lot. There's still some really fantastic players available. Perrion Winfrey, I'm shocked that he's still there. Dylan Parham. It's going to be interesting to see what we do in terms of the offensive line. Also safety. Now, I think that even, let's say if Alex Mack retires, there's the option of J.C. Treader. Now, even if we don't draft a safety early, we can always bring back Jaquiski Tartt. So, who's the running back there in Buffalo before? I can't think of his name, but I know that their running back there is okay. But James Cook, you're just going to a great situation in Buffalo. Josh Allen, you'll have space to work with for sure. Elvis Dumerville, also a former 49er for 1, maybe 2 years. Nick Bonito. There goes Nick Bonito from Oklahoma. The guy I was kind of hoping that the 49ers would have taken at that spot earlier. But You know, it is what it is. That's just the way the draft goes. Now, the top 5 guys available are all still there. Damn, I maybe would have gone Nick Benito. But hey, you know, let's have some faith, you know, in let's try and have some faith in our scouting department. Drake Jackson, though. We are so deep on the defensive line. It's crazy. You think about... Oh, yeah, Devin Singletary. That's right, yeah. Devin Singletary. Okay, so I live in San Francisco, but been to Colorado, and I've actually spent a little bit of time in Englewood. And yeah, Englewood's gorgeous out there in Colorado. J-Mouse, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. I recognize that name right there. What do you think of the Drake Jackson pick? So we're actually just headed into now the 3rd round of the NFL draft, and that's where the picks are only 5 minutes per pick. Oh, whoops, that freaking... Oh my God, I can't type that caps lock. But now only 5 minutes, so the pick is already in for the Jags. So, but they're doing a nice tribute to the military, so I will not complain about that one bit. So the Vikings are technically on the clock now. So the Jacksonville Jaguars, Trayvon Walker, Devin Lloyd. Now, if you're the Jaguars, you traded up for Lloyd. Man, if you told them, maybe don't trade up for Lloyd and you can get Nakobe Dean at the first pick of the 3rd round, they probably would have told you were crazy. The Jacksonville Jaguars, I mean, they have a lot of needs. They have a lot of needs. Although they spent, I mean, just what Christian Kirk, all that money. Outrageous. Yeah, welcome to the family, Drake Jackson. Yeah, I really, well, I mean, you just have to absolutely love, you have to love the depth that we have on the defensive line. Sometimes when you have a strength of the team, and that's certainly a strength of the 49ers, sometimes you just want to build on that. And I think the 49ers, you could very well argue, have the best defensive line in football. Kinlaw, of course, coming back, and he is looking as healthy as he's ever looked. You know, you think about inside, you have Eric Armstead, who I think is primarily going to play inside. I know on base downs, he was playing on the edge quite a bit, and maybe he'll do some of that still, but I think he'll play primarily inside. Kevin Givens, Maurice Hurst, I'm excited to see what he can do. Another year with Kasurik. He wasn't really healthy last year. We brought in Hassan Ridgeway. Then we have all those edge players, so it's fantastic. Just depth for days. Wow, the Jaguars added a ton of guys. It's showing like the added players for the Jaguars. Of course, they got Arden Key as well. Evan Ingram, Zay Jones, Christian Kirk. A lot of players on defense too. I'm just so shocked that Nakobe Dean is still out there. So yeah, nice little tribute there to the military, and always gotta love that. Always gotta love that. So in free agency, they lost A.J. Khan, they lost Taven Bryan. Maybe Perrion Winfrey is a option here. You know, they have Josh Allen there. They have Trayvon Walker. And if you add a Perrion Winfrey, that could be pretty darn solid. Is this Mark Brunell, I think, their former quarterback for the Jaguars? Who's going to announce this pick? I think it is Mark Brunell. Oh, Tony Baselli. God, I'm an idiot. What was I thinking? Luke Fortner. That's another one, too. That's people were talking about for the 49ers, and he was on my list. So the center prospects are drying up a little bit quickly. Now, if we're looking at center, the other thing, players, Donovan West from Arizona State could be in play at 105. I really like Alec Lindstrom. I know he's not for everyone. So And then we also have those are really like the two main guys that I'm kind of looking at. Maybe with our third round picks. Let's see who we got here. I like the 9. Get a guy like Heiderke. They play great. Then the Niners get Baselli. I don't know what I was thinking. Well, Baselli, when he played, was obviously a much bigger guy than he is now. It's funny when you see how that happens. Nick Benito, really good pick for Denver at a position of need. And they also added in Randy Gregory. So, they're definitely adding to their edge, adding to their defense. So you really, it's hard to go. You can't fault that, at a big-time position. They play against Mahomes. They play against Herbert. They play against Derek Carr. So, you have to have a legit pass rush. And Denver does. Brian Asamoah, ahead of Nakobe Dean. So I have my... Let's see who's been picked. And Chad Muma hasn't been picked yet. So Troy Anderson's gone. Brian Asamoah's gone. Let me mark off some of these who've been picked. So this is for positions that I don't really see the Niners going, but I have some names right here. But yeah, Brian Asamoah before Nick. I wonder if there's something. I think juke joint. I think if Parham is there, it's absolutely a possibility. I hope that he's there because to me, and for if you guys when you watch my videos, to me Daniel Brunskill should be the primary backup guy. He can basically play any position, and it's almost a new position that I want to coin. Is how in basketball they have like the 6th man award? I'm like the 6th offensive lineman. Should be almost a new position where if you have a guy who can basically play anywhere along the line. Another guy who I like from Wake Forest is Zach Tom. But I think if you can play any position, that's so much value where throughout the course of a season, you almost expect at least one offensive lineman to get hurt. So if you can have that guy who comes in, then let's say if we can get a Dylan Parham, maybe we get J.C. Treader or Alex Mack comes back. I think we're looking pretty good then on the offensive line with McGlinchey coming back too. Giant selection. Joshua Eziudu. Took me a minute to get that. Not too familiar with that. Would you like us for us to draft Christian Harris? Maybe. I mean, obviously the need isn't really there at linebacker, but then look, Azeez Al-Shire and Dre Greenlaw in the last year of their deals, I would think ideally one of them we could bring back at a a reasonable price. And then we have Fred Warner as well. And then I think you can draft linebackers later. Now, if Nakobe Dean is still there later, maybe you have to, but I'm just wondering if there's some kind of medical issues, if he didn't interview well, what the deal is with Nakobe Dean still being available, because it's definitely a head scratcher. Yeah, interior linebackers not getting enough love. And if you think about it, who are some of the best linebackers in the league right now? You have Darius Leonard, who I think was 2nd round pick, and then Fred Warner in the 3rd round. So it's almost become like the running back position where you don't really draft him much in the 1st round. Going to switch over to ESPN while it's on commercial. Oh, Chase Winovich went to the Browns. I liked him coming out of Michigan. Desmond Ridder, Sam Howell, and I'm sure Matt Corral are just like, okay. Yeah, really solid pick for the Denver Broncos back there with Nick Benito. But as you said, Ziggy, it is really cool when we get those guys who come in for a year, they play well, then they go and get paid somewhere else. So likely, I think Kerry Hyder gave us like a comp pick. I don't know if it was like a 5th or 6th round comp pick. We're likely to get one for Arden Key. So next draft we'll have maybe like a 4th or 5th round pick for Arden Key. Maybe the same thing happens this year with Kamoko Toure. I did like him coming out of the draft. I think he had Rutgers or Indiana. he went higher than I would have thought, but I think he'll do well with us, and we have such a deep edge. You know, we can just rush guys for days. We play the AFC West as well this year. Not that you draft guys for who you're playing this, you know, in this coming season, but you know, in the division, we play Stafford twice a year, play Kyler Murray twice a year. We're playing the AFC West this year, so we're going to be able to get after the quarterback. That's for damn sure. So you got to like that, because we've seen it before, and the Niners have had many defenses over the years where we just get no pressure on the opposing quarterback. So Drake Jackson, I'm just kind of mentally, you know, still taking that in. Solid pick, though. Solid pick. So Christian Harris, sorry, I never really kind of answered your question. I mean, maybe like at 105, if he's still there, you might see the value, but I don't, you know, and you think long term that maybe we can't keep Greenlaw or Alshire, but I would rather go in some other different directions. Do you think Debo stays after he said faithful forever? He did say that, huh? Maybe. I hope so. You know, I think that the trade that the Jets were willing to do was for sure not enough for a guy like Deebo Samuel. They wanted Deebo and the 61 pick, the pick that we had a little while ago for Deebo, and it was like a fifth or something like that. So no, I was not wanting to do that, but I hope that Deebo stays. I mean, he's just so important, and he's just so freaking good too. It's crazy. Now, here's the thing. I know the fans are like upset about Deebo and he wants to trade and everything. But if Deebo signs like a 5-year deal or whatever, it'll be for like week 1 when he scores a touchdown, it'll be completely forgotten about. Let's just be honest. So, yeah, you know, really, really hoping that Deebo comes back, because, you know, Deebo, Ayuk, Jawan Jennings is a really nice trio of wide receivers. And at this point, if Deebo gets traded, there really isn't anyone who can come in right away and help us out. Unless you feel like Julio Jones can still play at a high level, which don't know. So the pick is in for the Browns. It looks like the Tennessee Titans are on the clock. I think we're going with people who can replace Deebo and both. They're not guaranteed. I don't know about that. You know, I think maybe, but I don't think there'll be any question about whether. I think Bosa will sign. There's no way that we'll just let him walk out the door. Oh, this is another wrestler. What do you call him? The Miz or something like that. The Miz. I was right. I don't even watch wrestling anymore. Haven't in years. So the Cleveland Browns are taking. And the future is right now. Martin Emerson. That's my dude. My dude, Martin Emerson. Okay, I would not take him at 68 overall. But I think Martin Emerson's going to be really solid. I think he's perfect for the defense that we run. I like Martin Emerson a lot more than others. I've always had him go into the 49ers in mock drafts. And he's really physical. Plays with a lot of confidence. Plays with a lot of swag. I think he's like a Richard Sherman light. Yeah, I was really hoping that Martin Emerson would have been one of our picks in the third round. Love just the way he plays the game. I think initially he could get called for quite a lot of flags, you know, just because of how just like physical and aggressive that he plays. But, man, that's a great pick right there, I think, for the Cleveland Browns. Damn it. Good for them. Pair him with Denzel Ward, maybe long term. That's a decent pairing right there. So the Titans pick is in, so the Jaguars are on the clock, and we're getting through this a lot faster, this third round. We are, well, I guess we're at the 5th pick of the third round, but the pick is already about to be made. Tennessee Titans. I'm not sure who this guy is. James Rode Rodriguez. Maybe it's a competition he won or something like that. I mean, it would be kind of fun. It'd be kind of fun. True. I mean, that's not a bad point either, Ziggy. Maybe we go Jerome Ford or something like that. I love Pierre Strong. With the 69th pick, hello. Nicholas Petit Frere, offensive tackle, Ohio State. I don't really like that. I kind of said earlier you shouldn't judge a guy based on one game, but what Aiden Hutchinson did to Petit Frere, he destroyed him. Petit Frere was lost in that game, and when he goes to the NFL, there's a lot more Aiden Hutchinsons than there is in college football. That's for sure. So he is going to have his work cut out for him. I think at this point, clearly they like his athleticism, but I was not a fan of his. Yeah, I mean, if Nakobe Dean falls, then I'm like at 93 overall. Maybe you just say screw it. Like the value is just so much that you got to take him. So the Jaguars pick is in. Velus Jones is someone, yeah. Khalil Shakir from Boise. You know who else I kind of like, especially for like a third down kind of guy, is Kyle Phillips from UCLA. We do also have a number. There's only been one tight end taken so far, so that's an option too. Is this Fred Taylor, I think, or Jaguars pick being announced right now? Chad Muma. Okay, so Chad Muma now off the list. So something's up with Nakobe Dean. There is something up with Nakobe Dean. I like Chad Muma. I think he's going to be a solid guy. I'm trying to think of who was the guy I kind of had him compared to. Joe Schobert type guy, and I think Joe Schobert played with the Jags a little bit. But I think Chad Muma is a really solid pick. I don't think he'll be a Pro Bowl type guy, but just a smart guy. Kind of like, God, what was the... I know I'm just comparing him to like other white middle linebackers, but the guy who got drafted by the Broncos, I think he was the Iowa linebacker. Oh, thank you, John. Yeah, I added the little ticker. You know, I'll probably keep that touch for when we get back to the season. Maybe. We'll see. But I do like Chad Muma. I think he's going to be a solid guy. I don't think he'll have like the upside of like what Fred Warner had in the third round, but I think he's solid. Yeah, Dean's size seems to be the issue, you know. I think, was it Tom earlier said he's about 5'11", maybe 225, so maybe he's not big enough for, you know, to be a linebacker, but he's, you know, not fast enough or athletic enough to be a safety, and you're kind of in this awkward position right here. So many quarterbacks available. So many quarterbacks. Now, Chicago's on the clock, and they're letting this wind down, so are they maybe looking... Are they on the phone for a possible trade? That's kind of what tends to happen when we see the clock winding down this far. Kyle Phillips is pretty nice. Jesus, yeah, I don't know, Ziggy. Yeah, I mean, hopefully not. Hopefully not for his sake. Wait, did the ticker just reset for the Bears? What is going on? The ticker was like all the way down, wasn't it? Oh, the pick is in. Well, either way. Seattle back on the clock. All these guys are still here on my top 5. And these were guys who I would have been very happy with at pick 61. So, I think you could make an argument for any of these guys. So Muma went, Fortner, any of these other guys. You know who I also like for us in the third round is Marcus Jones from Houston. I think he could be an immediate replacement for K1 at that nickelback spot. Now watch as I say that, and I'll probably frickin' jinx it, but, I think that could be a possibility too. I'm kind of curious to see what 49er fans' reaction is to Drake Jackson being... Yeah, people typically kind of like it. So the Bears pick is Troy Vincent. Velus Jones Jr., he was just mentioned in the chat by Juke Joint. You got a weapon? Wow, look at that friggin' jersey by that Bears fan. Velus Jones, yeah, he is really solid. And I think went to the same school as Jawan Jennings. Clearly, he transferred, from USC to Tennessee. So I can't remember exactly what happened there, but I know I think the 49ers actually had met with him as well. Did I have him on? I don't know if I actually had him on my list. Kind of surprised that Cameron Thomas is still out there, right? I think he's still out there. Just want to make sure I haven't missed anyone. Cam Taylor Grant. Nick Bonito. Well, we are getting through this third round. Ah, man. Martin Emerson. I really thought he'd be there at the third round. Oh, well. Seahawks pick is in. So then we'll have the Colts coming up. The Bears draft room are very excited for Velus Jones Jr. Still one quarterback. Do the Seahawks go quarterback here? At this point in the third round, people talked about Malik Willis being drafted in the top 10 to 15 picks. Because if you take Malik Willis now in the third round, right, I think it's worth it because there'll be no pressure for Malik Willis to be the franchise guy. If he comes in and lights it up, and the third round is where they took Russell Wilson. I really hope that if they take Malik Willis, not that I wish a bad career for him, but I don't want him to succeed with the Seahawks. But maybe they just, at this point, you can say, hey, look, take Malik Willis. We see him for a year. Let's say if we're really bad this year, then we can take a quarterback high in 2023, and Malik Willis doesn't stop you from doing that if you draft him in the third round. So, yeah, Marvin Leal still there. DeMarvin Leal still there. Cam Thomas, but we're not going to go. I can't imagine we go edge. Maybe with sixth round or Mr. Irrelevant if we think there's just someone with like a lot of like potential high upside, but I just can't imagine we go edge again in this draft just with the depth that we have, and of course adding Drake Jackson. So David Bell is I can't believe Perry and Winfrey's still there. Can't believe. And what pick number do you have to take? Do you take him at 93? I guess it really depends on who's available, but maybe. But here's the other thing too, is that of course size seems to be the issue. Now, if you get to 93 or to 105, and if Nakobe Dean is still there, maybe you just trade, maybe you just take him, and you think that, hey, well, let's say if Greenlaw or Azeez Al-Shire just explode onto, if they continue to play really, really well, maybe they sign for big contracts elsewhere. We get a couple of compensatory picks, and we have a fantastic replacement in Nakobe Dean. Yeah, I don't think they draft Clemens unless Clemens falls big time. Unless Clemens is there maybe like with like end of the sixth, and they see like, hey, you know, high upside, then I could see it, but who knows? I mean, edge players are typically just so sought after that I doubt that he lasts that long. I'm trying to think. So after the guys who I have listed on my top 5 best available, I have Cam Thomas, but we're not going to go edge. I have David Bell from Purdue, the wide receiver. Then I have DeMarvin Leal. Then I have Sean Ryan, Abraham Lucas, Calvin Austin, Greg Dulcich, Nick Cross, Marcus Jones, Isaiah Likely, Khalil Shakir, Zach Tom, a couple of tight ends, and in Jeremy Ruckert, Jelani Woods. So just so you guys know who's next on my list of potential guys. But draft Dean, trade. Yeah. Oh, God, I hate Pete Carroll. Oh, it's Shaquem Griffin. Man, what a suit. Holy moly. What a nice suit that I could never pull off. Dean might not be better than either one of those, and that's a very fair point, Christian. But if you still have one of them, if we trade one of Greenlaw and Aziz, and we still have Fred Warner, Aziz, and Dean or something like that, I could maybe see it. It's going to be Nakobe Dean, isn't it? Abraham Lucas, and well, he is now off the list right here. So I actually really like that pick for Seattle, and I don't like saying that, but they get a potential, and it's funny that they trade Russell Wilson. Now let's draft all these offensive linemen that he's been asking for years. He gets to stay in the state of Washington, obviously. But here's the thing, with Abraham Lucas, a very possible right tackle of the future in Seattle. Of course, they drafted Charles Cross earlier in the draft, so you potentially have your bookend tackles locked up, and you're just setting yourself up for 2023. They're not going to be that great this coming season, but if you take a quarterback high next year, they come in where they have their 2 tackles set up. They have the running back with Kenneth Walker, Chris Carson, Rashad Penny, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett. That's a really good situation to go to if you are a rookie quarterback coming into next year. So, I mean, you if you're Seattle, I think that's a really solid pick. Someone who I had relatively high up on my list. So, what in the world? This is friggin' funny. Looks like the Colts pick is in, and it's about to be made. So the Falcons are now on the clock. Oh, they fell! They fell! Okay, was that planned? Was that planned, or... That must have been planned. Yeah, that's planned. Okay. Jelani Woods, the tight end from Virginia. So Jelani Woods, absolute athleticism through the roof. I think he rated as one of the most athletic tight ends in the last 20 to 30 years. Doesn't necessarily play it on the field, but he's 6'7", 250 pounds, super fast, super athletic. You can see some of the highlights here. He's just big. He's going to be a great red zone target. They've really gone for some big size, it looks like, the Colts. So you got to like, getting Matt Ryan a couple of weapons. If we look earlier in the draft, the Indianapolis Colts selected Alec Pierce, who's 6'3", so like Jelani Woods, who's 6'7". If you look at their roster, and those were some needs that they had. And then who is the freaking tall wide receiver from USC that they have? I can't remember his name for some reason. The Broncos are on the clock. Michael something, isn't it? So the Falcons pick is coming right up. Troy Vincent making the pick. Desmond Ridder, the second quarterback. Desmond Ridder goes before Malik Willis. He goes before my guy, Matt Corral. He goes before Sam Howell. Desmond Ridder, solid situation. Not going to be expected to play at all this year. Here's the thing. The Falcons get a good year to look at him, see if he can, develop into something. And if he doesn't, they're probably going to be pretty darn bad this year. So then they can go pick quarterback early next year, and a guy like Ridder is not going to stop them from doing that. He had a lot of success at Cincinnati. No, not Drake London, Juke. I'm talking about the tall receiver for the Indianapolis Colts, and he was picked in the second round, I think. Just can't remember his name. But there goes another quarterback. Wow. That is something. That is something. I'm so shocked that... what in the world is going on with this? I'm stunned that Matt Corral's still there. Stunned. I don't know if was ESPN freaking out for anyone else, because the channel was going crazy for me. Desmond Ridder. Yeah. No, the tall receiver who plays for the Colts who went to USC. I'm just going to look it up. Michael Pittman, that's who I was thinking of. He went to USC, right? He did go to USC. Yeah, Michael Pittman, that's who I was thinking of. So we're at pick 75 now. So the 49ers are about 18 picks away. After that, there'll be 12 picks, unless there are any trades or anything like that. Yeah, no pressure at all for Desmond Ridder there. And I think, honestly, that's good for a lot of these guys. Of course, I'm sure these guys, the competitor in them wants to be drafted. Of course, there's more money the higher that you're drafted. But I think for a lot of these guys, just not having any pressure is a really good thing, where you can just go in. You're not going to have guys, the media all over you. And you can just kind of do your thing. You can come along slower. And if you develop into something, great. Maybe you could, have a Dak Prescott type impact. And I think that's a really solid... there's a trade. So the Houston Texans are now on the clock. I thought, yep, the Houston Texans have moved up. So the Texans, they're going to have the pick is in. So then the Baltimore Ravens will be coming right up. Yeah, he might get some starts. Exactly. And then you just see what you have in Ridder. And it could be similar to like a Jalen Hurts. Maybe you see what you have in him. And if he shows like promise, maybe you don't have to force yourself to take a quarterback. So we're going to see who the Texans take here. And then after that, I'm going to take a quick restroom break. We're at almost 3.5 hours here, folks, and we got some time to go left. Christian Harris. There, J-Mouse, there goes your boy. I believe it was J-Mouse who was talking up Christian Harris. Yeah, J-Mouse, there goes your boy, Christian Harris. I thought that maybe the Texans could have gone Malik Willis. I mean, potentially, but Christian Harris, I think, rated very highly. Coming from Alabama, of course, Niner fans, we have some, PTSD from Alabama linebackers, Reuben Foster. But, yeah, I think good value here for sure. I'm going to be right back, guys. Just going to take a little restroom break. All right. Let's see how we are doing. The pick is in for the Ravens, so that's going to put the Colts back on the clock. Let's see. Most feel the Niners need offensive line. It appears the team is content. Well, you have Trent Williams. It sounds like maybe Aaron Banks is going to play left guard. I'd say right now, Alex Mack, let's just say he's on the team. It would be Trent Williams, Banks, Mack, Brunskill, McGlinchey. Let's say if Alex Mack retires, I think then with that, coupled with maybe cutting or trading Jimmy Garoppolo, you could easily sign J.C. Tretter. So then it could be Trent Williams, Banks, Tretter. Then you have Brunskill, McGlinchey. And I think McGlinchey's looking really solid in his recovery. Now, we also have, as you mentioned, Ziggy, we have McKivitz, who played quite well week 18 against the Rams. Jalen Moore looked okay in spot time as well. And Justin School has some playing experience as well. Now, I do think that we should draft a guard. If Dylan Parham is there at pick 93, I'd be very happy with that because I think Parham can slot right in at right guard. Then you move Brunskill to a backup role. Should anyone get hurt throughout the season, Brunskill could be essentially the primary guy who comes in to replace that person who gets hurt. And then you also have options like McKivitz and Jalen Moore. So to me, that would be an ideal situation. Although, let's just say, whether Alex Mack retires, whether we bring in J.C. Tretter or not, I would still like a center, maybe in round 4. Perhaps like an Alec Lindstrom. Someone else I like is Donovan West. So that way we have long-term answers at a really important position, a position that Kyle Shanahan typically puts a premium on. One of the first things he did in 2017 was sign Weston Richburg to a big deal. Once Richburg basically retired, we signed Alex Mack. We brought in Alex Mack, the veteran. So I could absolutely see us really investing in the center position. There's no way that we go into the season, let's just say if Alex Mack retires, right? There's no way we go into the season with an okay option at center. We would even trade for one, I think. So, Shanahan puts a premium on being able to make those calls, especially for a young quarterback like Trey Lance. We're going to have, I think, a veteran guy, whether it's Alex Mack or J.C. Tretter. I'd put money on that. So there we go. That's my little ramble there about the offensive line. But I'd hope that Dylan Parham is right there. Also, my boy Perry and Winfrey. Tariq Woolen, great size, UTSA. I need to go back and see. Okay, who was just picked there? Christian Harris, Desmond Ridder, Jelani Woods. Did I mark Jelani Woods off? I did not. Let's mark Jelani Woods off my list here. Of course, guys, feel free to like and subscribe. I'm sure you guys all have already, and I appreciate that. We are up to 15 likes, so I really appreciate that, guys. Appreciate you hanging out with me through the day 2 of the NFL draft. With regards to tomorrow, I think I will be live for the 4th round, possibly the 5th round, but then I do have work tomorrow afternoon, so I won't be able to do the entire day 3, but I'll definitely do the 4th round for sure. And depending on how long the picks are taking, we'll see. Maybe might be able to do some around 5. Travis Jones. There goes Travis Jones. Now, great selection for the Baltimore Ravens. Damn it. With Baltimore, they just keep making great picks. Travis Jones could have easily been top of the 2nd round type guy. I finally get to update my top 5 best available, although I wish Travis Jones was there for us. Run stuffer. Really, really solid guy. I think he fits in really well with Baltimore. Baltimore have made some really nice additions to their defense. And yeah, so I think that's a really solid pick. Great value right there for the Baltimore Ravens. And as usual, they just know how to draft. So you gotta respect that. So after Tariq Woolen, my next guy would be Cameron Thomas, but I'm actually gonna add in David Bell. No, he's the wide receiver from Purdue. Pick is in for the Colts. So that puts the Browns on the clock again. They took my boy Martin Emerson, the Browns. All right, with the 77th pick, the Colts take Bernhard Raimann. So and it's a good pick. So now my guys are starting to come off the board a little bit here. God darn it. Yeah, good call, Christian. Really, really good call right there. You called that, man. So now Bernhard Raimann's off the... yeah, so I would have had Cameron Thomas rated higher than David Bell, but we just don't need an edge at this point. And now comes my... oh, oops, Marvin Leal. I'll just do DL. Cool. Yeah, Bernhard Raimann from Austria, I believe. Yeah, came to Central Michigan. Actually, a similar story to a little bit, not the background like coming from Austria or anything, but similar to Joe Staley. They both went to Central Michigan. Staley went in there as a tight end. Raimann went in there as a tight end and converted to offensive tackle. Now, Raimann is definitely more of a right tackle guy, but if you can get some depth there on the offensive line, potentially a future player to hold down the right tackle position, that's a really solid way to go. I would have liked that pick at 93 simply because McGlinchey, last year of his deal, he's been inconsistent, very good run blocker, okay pass protector, gets flagged a decent amount, and of course is coming off an injury, so I would have liked Raimann as a successor to McGlinchey, and that way we wouldn't have to think about paying McGlinchey a big deal. Yeah, good call there, Christian. Tariq Woolen, yeah, very solid option right there. Nakobe Dean, this could be a spot for Nakobe Dean. Is that the Brown? Oh yeah, that is the Browns' only pick because they traded for Deshaun Watson. Wow, that AFC North. The Bengals, the Browns, the Ravens, and the Steelers. And the Steelers added, Kenny Pickett. That's a division that's a tough one. That's a tough one. But I could see Nakobe Dean going right here. Is that Denzel Ward who's coming out to make the announcement, I think? Oh, Andrew Hawkins. He went to Cal, I think, didn't he? Didn't Andrew Hawkins go to Cal? Yeah, I mean, for the Browns, when you don't have that many picks, I mean, just going for best player available, great value. Nakobe Dean, I just wouldn't see why you wouldn't go Nakobe Dean. Chargers are on the clock. We're at pick 78, and the Niners pick at 93, so it's not that far away. I mean, Alex right. Alex wrong, more like it. I was thinking Nakobe Dean. I was Alex wrong. That guy on the screen now is Alex right. So there we go. 2 seasons. UAB. Is that Alabama Birmingham? I'm not sure. Where's UAB? Oh, you got the Blue Man Group out there on the stage now doing their thing. Alex Wright, I did not have him on my list here. I'm totally okay with that because I don't think the Niners will go edge at least for a while, maybe at the 6th, 7th round, but I just think we're so deep now. Not only at edge, but the defensive line. Think about how many guys we have. Interior defensive line, we could maybe use someone to replace DJ Jones because we brought in Hassan Ridgeway, who I don't think he's not going to replace a guy like DJ Jones, but Perrion Winfrey. Perrion Winfrey's right there. So the Chargers are on the clock. And we are getting pretty close now to the 49ers on the clock again. I'm wondering if the 49ers, or if there's any possible trades for a linebacker, any possible pick is in for the Chargers, so that puts the Broncos on the clock. Maybe people are looking for, maybe the Panthers are looking for Jimmy G for next year. Who knows? So the Chargers haven't drafted since Zion Johnson, and that's because they gave up some picks for, excuse me, Khalil Mack. So Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa, that's something else, isn't it? But I like the move, though, because you get aggressive when your quarterback is in a rookie deal. So that's why I really hope that the Niners get aggressive. I wouldn't mind, if we, let's say, cut or traded Jimmy Garoppolo, bring in a Tyrann Mathieu, something. Even though I'm not crazy about Matthew, because I like him. He's a very good player, but he kind of tends to do his own thing. So would he fit in with the defense, So Austin, the third, Calvin Austin, yeah. Definitely versatile. Kirby Joseph for the Niners, yeah. Safety from Illinois. That could be pretty solid as well. The other safety, Nick Cross from Maryland. I don't think he's been taken yet. I don't think I missed him. Nope. But yeah, Calvin Austin, that guy's lightning fast from Memphis. And he could bring speed that we don't really have at the position. Deebo Samuel is fast, kind of quick. He can run away from guys, but not that lightning speed guy. Ayuk is kind of like a do-it-all guy, but not necessarily, again, not the speed that'll take off the top. I do like David Bell from Purdue. Got nice size. I think basically Calvin Austin would be coming in hoping to fulfill that Marquise Goodwin type role. Someone who could really just come in, take the top off the defense, and really allow guys like Debo and Kittle and Ayuk to work in underneath, but you'd still have to respect Calvin Austin because Trey Lance has a really great arm. So it's definitely been a while since the Chargers have drafted. Yeah, J-Mouse, you're right. Dean is still falling. But your boy Christian Harris got taken. Christian Harris got selected earlier. The Chargers have not won a division title since 2009. Oof. Yeah, getting Khalil Mack is a great move there. Maybe they go Nakobe Dean, pair him with, is it Murray? I think their other linebacker. You get a guy, a potential, end of the first round, talent in the middle of the third round. Not bad. Just add more to that defense, Perrion Winfrey is also in play here. Who is this guy? Oh, there's Austin Eckler, of course, but who's the guy with him? They're talking about J.T. Wood from Baylor on the coverage on NFL Network. J.T. Woods, they called it. They absolutely called it on NFL Network. Good for them. That's another safety gone. But Nick Cross is still out there. Nick Cross is still out there at safety. But there goes J.T. Woods. Yeah, I think it's... one of the... yeah, that's a solid pick, I think. It's a solid pick, but it's not. I would have just swung for the fences with Nakobe Dean, but 6 interceptions in 2021, so they definitely feel like he can come in, force some turnovers, give Herbert maybe some more possessions to work with. Baylor, yeah, and JT Wood's a 4.36 40, so he can definitely cover ground back there. Maybe can play a little single high. The pick is in for the Broncos, so now The Giants are on the clock. The Niners are about about 12 picks away. And they're about to, I think, announce the Broncos pick. Troy Vincent, looking sharp as always. Tolbert or Bell for the tall wide receivers. Calvin Austin for the speed. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think Calvin Austin would be a great fit here. Greg Dulcich. You get a nice tight end weapon, and basically you help to replace Noah Fant, who was a part of that Russell Wilson trade. I do like Dulcich a lot. I liked him more than Jelani Woods, just because I think he's a little bit more refined right now. He can do a lot after the catch. You're seeing these highlights right here, and yeah, there's a lot of good things that Greg Dulcich can do. Of course, when you wear that 85 and you have the longer hair, it kind of almost immediately reminds you of George Kittle. But yeah, really solid player. Nice route runner. That's a good move for the Broncos. I mean, we know the Broncos have a plethora of receivers. Jerry Jeudy, Cortland Sutton, Tim Patrick, KJ Hamler. Now they have Dulcich. They have Javonte Williams at running back. A solid offensive line. So really, really good setup there for Russell Wilson. And that's going to be a tough match a tough game when we play the Broncos this coming season. The Giants pick is in. And yeah, the picks are coming in hot and heavy now. So I like this. I like when it's moving. It's cool when they do the, special picks and stuff, but I like it when we're kind of getting a good pace going. Cordale Flott from LSU, cornerback. One of those guys where I think, to me, a little bit of a boomer bust pick. We'll see what happens. Really, you got to love that 40 time, though, 4.41. So, good, good height, solid tackler, and potentially, a nickel back. I think, yeah, he's for sure going to be a nickel back there for the Giants, and in that defense that they have right there with Martindale, I think is the new defensive coordinator, if I'm not mistaken. They still have James Bradbury on the outside, and then you get a potential nickelback. I think that's a solid pick, so not bad. Falcons pick is in. So now it's the Eagles who are on the clock. I feel like the Falcons have had a lot of picks this day. Getting Arnold Ebiketie, Desmond Ridder, of course. What did they go here? I mean, the Falcons have a lot of needs. Maybe they go Nakobe Dean. Maybe they go Perry and Winfrey, just take the best guy available. D'Angelo Malone. That's a guy that we know the 49ers like. So clearly edge is a big focus for the Atlanta Falcons. D'Angelo Malone is definitely someone who I would have liked for the 49ers had we not taken Drake Jackson already. Really got to like that pick. So setting themselves up, just get some young talent at the edge. It's such an important position when you in their division. Well, they really don't play a lot of great quarterbacks now like they used to, because the Panthers, Sam Darnold, the Saints are Jameis Winston, and Buccaneers are Brady, but they are not looking to compete this year. But to have, two young edge rushers right there, I don't mind that at all. So two Falcon, yeah, D'Angelo Malone. Yeah, definitely. I think the Niners brought him in for a visit. So a bit of a bummer right there. But, hey, just how the draft goes. Dean continues to fall. Nakobe Dean. I am stunned right now. Absolutely stunned. I can't believe it. The Niners are coming up pretty soon, though. Oh, he's going to play with a massive chip on his shoulders. Now, the Patriots have a pick coming up very soon. And if they pulled off getting Nakobe Dean, I think that would almost make up for the fact that they took Cole Strange in the first and Taekwon Thornton in the second. Philadelphia's on the clock, though. Their pick should be coming in shortly. And then Pittsburgh, and we're about 10 picks or so away from the 49ers. And we definitely still have some really, really solid options right here. Yeah, the best available, a lot of these guys I did not think would be available here. I would have thought, and maybe, some of the guys in my top 5 won't be available, but we'll see. But I think it's going to be really cool to see Breaking Dean is dealing with, oh, okay. So that makes a lot of sense then. That makes a lot of sense. If Nakobe Dean, I'm going to search for this. Nakobe Dean. The injury to his pectoral yeah, okay. Laundry list of injuries, size concerns. So there. Oh. An hour ago, and I'm not trying to break any news here, but an hour ago, Deebo Samuel looks like he dropped some new merchandise on his website, and Deebo's merch says Deebo Samuel is back. So that is very interesting. The Bengals traded okay, that's a while ago. Yeah, an hour ago, that's what people are saying. Deebo Samuel dropped shirt that says Deebo Samuel is back. So, or the pec, yeah. The pectoral. Well, yeah, I'm just looking at Twitter. It's not only that, but it looks like it's just all of the laundry list of injuries. The size concerns. Is he maybe a safety? Is he a linebacker? Hard to, who knows how the interviews went. But yeah, I'm not trying to, I don't know if it's what exactly that means, but it's it's the pizza pie. It's I like that Deebo Samuel dropped that new merch. Maybe, and I know that he said that or Odell Beckham tweeted out that he was talking with Deebo. Maybe Deebo's going to be coming back. It would be awesome to have some breaking news that Deebo Samuel signs an extension. But the fact that he did just drop merch on his website an hour ago that says Deebo Samuel is back, you got to love that. Eagles selection. Is this Jason No, it's not Jason Kelce. Jason Kelce, I feel like his beard is just... Eagles pick is coming in right now, though. So Nakobe Dean, health issues. John Dorenbos, long snapper and magician. With the 83rd pick. It would be fun to announce a pick, wouldn't it? Let's see who the Eagles take. Nakobe Dean! Nakobe Dean is finally taken. There goes Nakobe Dean. At this point, even if there is some health concerns, I think it's worth the risk right here. But there goes Nakobe Dean. It finally happened. Trent Baalke is cursing out the Eagles right now because he wanted Nakobe Dean. Dean to the Eagles. You're dead right. The 2021 Butkus Award winner. It's not that often that the Butkus Award winner who's going to the draft doesn't get taken till near the end of the third round. Yeah. Nakobe Dean. Oh yeah, so the credit for like the Deebo news, yeah, there's a number of people on Twitter who were talking about it. The SF Niners, Wayne Breezy. Comparison to Jonathan Vilma, where if he can turn into a Jonathan Vilma type player, then hell yeah. For the Eagles. Now, I don't care for the Eagles at all, so, But that, yeah, I'm just stunned that he lasted that long. But hey, it's it's good. It's good for the Eagles, But we'll see with the health concerns, because when you play linebacker, You are getting hit all day long. What are the chances, though? That is, yeah, John, you called that. You're like, he has injury issues, and he's taken. That's funny. Breaking. Nakobe Dean, injury issues. Let's take him, Eagles. All right. So now they're doing some thing here, you know. They're showing some clip on NFL Network of what is this? What are they showing? I don't know. Oh, the pick is in now for the Steelers. So we're that's pick 84. So we're less than 10 picks away from the 49ers. So New England is on the clock, and New England is probably like, damn it, Nakobe Dean gone. So Troy Vincent on the call. Steelers have done quite well, I think, with their recent picks. The Steelers select DeMarvin Leal. DeMarvin Leal. So I think Tom Jensen, I don't know if you're still here, but I think DeMarvin Leal is someone that I think at this point in the draft, it's great value. A bit of a tweener, you know, listed at D tackle, but he can play all over the defensive line. As they're showing here on NFL Network, there's times where he almost gives up on the play, but you know that Mike Tomlin and the defensive leaders in Pittsburgh are not going to let that happen. Great place for him to go to, I think. DeMarvin Leal, really, really solid pick. Great value for the Pittsburgh Steelers right there. They have to be happy. Looks like Tennessee did also just do a trade with the Vegas Raiders to move up some picks as well. Clearly, they felt that either Arizona, Dallas, or Buffalo were going to take someone that they were interested in. But DeMarvin Leal, so I do have to update my top 5 available. And the next guy is going to be Sean Ryan, who is an offensive lineman, definitely with versatility, played tackle in college, can play, projected to be a guard in the NFL. Patriots selection's already in, and they're basically announcing it. And who the hell is that announcing their pick? Titans are now on the clock. They traded up with the Vegas Raiders. Donnie Osmond. Did he say with the Mark? No! Damn it. Marcus Jones. Great special teams. Great special teams ability. Marcus Jones can play the nickel corner spot. He is someone who I would have been very happy with if the Niners had taken him at 93 or 105. Marcus Jones. Cross him off the list. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. One of the next guys on my best available. Ugh, that's frustrating. Good pick for the Patriots, you know. We criticize their picks when we need to, and I think we got to give credit when we need to as well. Yeah, Damari Mathis. So, well, I mean, with the 49ers, Emmanuel Mosley can play inside a little bit too. Dante Johnson can play a little bit inside too. So I don't think we're necessarily in a terrible spot. I'd be curious to see maybe whichever cornerbacks that we do take here in the draft, or possibly add later in free agency. I know Denard can play, or Dennard, however you prefer to pronounce his name, can play a little bit too. So it's not like a major need, but I'm definitely going to miss K'Wan Williams because he was a good 49er. And yeah, when we go up against Cooper Kupp, I think you're going to see Emmanuel Mosley on him a lot. Yeah, so we'll see what happens, but that's a really good pick for the Patriots. God frickin' frickety frack. You know, I think everyone here is subscribed, but if you haven't, subscribe to the channel, like the stream to draft a wide receiver. Oh, I definitely would. Calvin Austin, David Bell are two options I see at 93. So Tennessee's, and that's pick 86. They just they have their pick in, so the Cardinals are now on the clock. And then that's going to be pick 87. We're getting real close. And then after we pick at 93, 12 picks later, we have another pick. Curious to see what happens. At this point, Danny Gray could be. I'm thinking Tennessee could go... They could go in a lot of different directions. I mean, they were like, it's funny, like when you look at their rankings, offensive rank 17th, defensive rank 12th, but they went 12-5. I also like Kyle Phillips for UCLA, especially on third down. But I think Calvin Austin fills a need, can, fill that Marquise Goodwin role that really helps to make the defenses have to respect the deep game, especially when you have a quarterback like Trey Lance who has a much better arm than Garoppolo in terms of being able to throw it down the field. Tennessee, could this be a spot for Malik Willis? Tannehill making big money. Maybe they think, hey, we bring in Malik Willis for a year or two, see what he's got, and then maybe they could just go like, hey, we'll just move on to Malik Willis and we don't have to, pay him a ton compared to what Tannehill is making. So that is something to keep an eye on. And Tennessee did move up for this pick. So, but there's really no one there. I mean, maybe they just wanted to ensure that they could get him. But yeah, interesting spot. Yeah, Geezer. I don't know. I don't think Geezer's in the house, but if he is, your Titans are on the clock. The Tennessee Titans. Let's see who Tennessee have taken so far. So Tennessee have drafted Traylon Burks, Roger McCreery, Nicholas Petit-Frere. So decent draft so far for them. Titan selection coming up right this second. The Tennessee Titans select Malik Willis. Malik Willis gets drafted. I don't want to say I called that. A little bit I did. But Malik Willis, I think it was a pretty obvious one to go with. Malik Willis gets drafted. He's only 6 foot. I thought he'd be taller. Malik Willis gets drafted. Awesome. Yeah. All right, John, we will see you in a little bit. Malik Willis, it's a great destination to go to. For Malik, you got some weapons there. You have Robert Woods coming back from injury. You have Traylon Burks. Malik Willis, you talk about playing with a chip on your shoulder. We know Nakobe Dean will, but how about Malik Willis? Probably being told by his agent, being told by other people, you're going to be a top 10 pick. You're going to be a first round pick. Here he is towards the end of the third round. This could be a fantastic pick. Could this be like a middle round, like a Russell Wilson or a Dak Prescott or someone like that who, they comp him to Steve McNair, which is that's a great, that's obviously a big compliment to Malik Willis because Aaron McNair was something special. Of course, he can move the ball with his legs. I think he could probably immediately come in and play certain packages for the Titans. You also, of course, have, maybe you do have the best running back in the league in Derrick Henry. So there's a lot of different things you can do on offense. It's about time that Malik Willis went, But my boy, Matt Corral, why is Matt Corral not getting picked? But I really do like this pick. I think it's a great situation for him to go to. Great running game. The Cardinals might select Matt Corral. I don't mind that because he'll just be on the bench, I guess. But yeah, I think Malik definitely needs a little bit of time because he has a great arm and, you don't want to say don't trust your arm, but sometimes he trusts it a little bit too much, I think. So there you go. And look, there's no pressure now on Malik Willis. You take Malik Willis in the first round. Oh, when is he starting? What's happening? When is he starting? You take Malik Willis right now. No, if he starts, great. If not, whatever. Let him sit. Let him learn from a professional like Ryan Tannehill. Bunch of weapons there. My favorite wide receiver in the draft, Treylon Burks. Robert Woods in his own right is a very good receiver, but won't be back till later in the year. Maybe if the season in Tennessee isn't going so well, maybe they let him play the last couple of years. So pick is in for Arizona. So Dallas is now on the clock. And there's a bunch of people out here for the Arizona Cardinals. Again, of course, for all these guys, they of course would like to go a lot higher. But he's gonna play it. He's gonna play with a chip on his pec. Hey now. Or who was that player? I don't know if it was a football player or someone who got like an actual like potato chip like tattooed on his shoulder. I thought that was pretty too soon. Cameron Tom, that's a really good pick. Not that I wanted the Niners to really go edge again, but Cameron Thomas is someone who easily could have gone early to mid second round. Someone who I think the Cardinals very well could have gone there. I'm actually not as high on Cameron Thomas, though, as many others. And maybe I just look at it from the perspective of what the Niners need. But really solid pick right there, I think, for the Arizona Cardinals. So I think you have to respect that. Good pick. Of course, they lost Chandler Jones in free agency to the Raiders. J.J. Watt, he'll have a great mentor in J.J. Watt. So really solid pick, I think, for the Cardinals. The pick is in for the Cowboys. Now we're only after the Cowboys pick. There's 4 picks, and then the Niners are back on the clock. So now on the clock is going to be the Bills, and they're about to announce the Cowboys pick. Watch the Cowboys go. Emmitt Smith, leading rusher, NFL leading rusher, all-time leading rusher, out there to make the pick. I could see them going. I could see them maybe going David Bell, maybe Calvin Austin, because they traded away Amari Cooper for peanuts, for whatever reason. Jalen Tolbert. Okay, he was actually on my list here as well. Forgive the sirens outside. When you live downtown in a downtown city, that happens a lot in ambulance. A lot of production at South Alabama. Of course, the level of competition is not that great compared to other conferences in college football, but really productive. Someone who I think you get him in those quick passes, can break tackles right after the catch. Could have been an option for the 49ers maybe at 105 or possibly 93. But I do like him. He was on my list right here. I do like Calvin Austin a little bit more, but I think that's a really solid pick for the Cowboys. CeeDee Lamb they brought back, they have the franchise tag on Dalton Schultz. Michael Gallup will probably come back middle of the year. And really, really solid pick right there. So you add Tolbert as well. So won't be expected to be any kind of like top receiver, especially initially, but someone who could definitely contribute, I think. Especially those quick passes. Get him the ball, let him break a tackle or two, and go from there. So the pick is in for the Bills. Now the Raiders are on the clock. Who's this? This guy who works for the NFL Network, right? Kyle something or other, isn't it? From Good Morning Football. Good evening, Las Vegas. Bills pick. They've had they got Kyer Elam earlier, so I like that. Would you draft Justin Ross or would you pass on him? There's other wide receivers I like more. There are other wide receivers I like more at the spot that's coming up. Oh, DeMarvin Leal already went, so he's gone too. Kyle Brandt. Yeah, dude, just, no one wants to hear you keep rambling on. Terrell Bernard, linebacker, Baylor. A lot of those Baylor Bears getting picked this year. Yeah, Michael. Zach Tom, yeah, very versatile offensive lineman. Dylan Parham, of course, I think could slot in right away at right guard. Darian Kennard, I don't think he's as good of a fit as Dylan Parham, but still a really solid option right there to add to the offensive line. Damari Mathis, Nickelback, of course. And then you like your wide receivers, Danny Gray, Khalil Shakir. I think Calvin Austin. I think Nick Cross is also an option too. I don't think he's been taken yet. The safety from Maryland. Yeah, so there's definitely some really solid options out here for the Niners. The Niners are coming up pretty quickly. So the pick is in for the Raiders. Now the Bucks are going to be on the clock. Then it's Green Bay, and then it's San Francisco. 3 more picks. Yeah, we're getting there, J-Mouse. We are getting there, dude. The Raiders. Have they picked anyone yet? Is this their first pick? Yeah, this is their first pick. Who are the Raiders gonna pick? Daryl LaMonica. Rest in peace. Yeah, that was a bummer. Obviously, there with John Madden and a bunch of others. I do like Cross a little bit more. When I watched Kirby Joseph, I thought he was okay. If not Nick Cross, then I would maybe prefer someone along the lines of Verone McKinley a little bit later. But that's just me. Marcus Allen. Is that Flores as well coming out? Or all the Raiderettes. Wayne. Yeah, of course. What am I talking about? Yeah, I like Cross a little bit more. Cross is just so athletic. Marcus Allen, yeah, he was so fantastic back in the day. But yeah, I would go if we're looking at safety, I'd go Nick Cross. If we're looking at offensive line, I'd go Parham or Zach Tom. If we're looking at cornerback, I could definitely hop on board with Damari Mathis. I also like Tariq Woolen. He's got fantastic size. So there's going to be options. Yeah, to live to be 80. Wow. Dylan Parham. Damn it. Now it's outdated. Frick. Damn it. Frickin' Dylan Parham gone. All this time. Good pick, Raiders. Good pick for you guys. Damn. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, just really solid pick. I think he could slot in immediately, start day one, essentially. And that's a fantastic pick right there for the Raiders. Now, they obviously had to wait a long. Oh, my thing is. No, Tampa Bay's on. Okay. Um, oh, so I got to update. Oh, yeah, the ticker. The ticker is outdated. You're right about that. Maybe. Do. All right. So the pick is in for the Bucks. Packers are about to be on the clock. And then the 49ers. Geezer, you're so happy. Yeah, you got Malik Willis. You got my number one receiver, Traylon Burks. So I think they've done very well. I'm not a huge fan of Petit Frere, but I know Tennessee also got Roger McCreery, and he is a very, very solid cornerback in his own right. So, yeah, I think you should be really happy. If you're a Titans fan, of course, it's a bit of a bummer to trade away. Excuse me. It's a bit of a bummer to trade away A.J. Brown, but I think Traylon Burks could very well be as good, if not better, than A.J. Brown, and he's going to be on a much cheaper deal. So you got to be happy. You got to be happy with that. Don't pass out, though. Yeah, still some really good options here, though, for the Niners. And at least 3 of these guys are going to be on the list, and my top 5 are going to be available to pick as we come up. Still can't believe that Perry and Winfrey is available. Tariq Woolen, fantastic size. I think he's 6'4". Yeah, so we'll see. I do like Cross here, though. I love that speed, but I love the speed of Calvin Austin. I think he could be a better version of what Marquise Goodwin was for us. So if we want to try and take advantage of Trey Lance's big arm. So we'll see. There's a lot of different ways. But if we're going offensive line at this point, I would like Zach Tom just because he's so versatile. He reminds me a lot of a Daniel Brunskill and could ultimately, potentially be a better version. So I was happy with Trey, but ever since we got him on the verge of getting sent to the ER. Well, I don't want to laugh that you might go to the ER, but don't pass out, man. Malik Willis is a fantastic pick, though. I think you have to be really happy with that, and it seems like you definitely are. So I'm happy for you, Geezer. Would you mind getting a TD to play the role? Yeah, Geezer, I wouldn't mind a tight end, although the guys who I would have really liked here were Greg Dulcich and there was really no way he was going to last this long, but Trey McBride, Jelani Woods could have been an interesting one too. I mean, you have Jeremy Ruckert, you have Kate Otten, but yeah, I mean, we'll have to obviously see where everything goes. So how it goes, what Tampa Bay does, what Green Bay does, it's tough to say. I'm really interested to see what the Niners do because we have 2 picks coming up soon. So we have the pick in 2 picks time. We have a selection, and then about 10 or so picks after that, we have another pick. So, and that'll end out the 3rd round. So here comes the Buccaneers pick. Let's see who the Buccaneers go with the 91st overall pick. Rachaad White. One of my favorite running backs in the draft. They did lose Ronald Jones in free agency. Leonard Fournette, I don't think is like a full-time running back anymore. But Rachaad White, if he'd be a great fit in the Shanahan offense. Really good catcher of the ball too. Great hands, so that would have been a really good option. Again, I wouldn't have been a huge fan of going running back in the 3rd round. But, I think he's a really good player. If we had the need, then if we had a need at running back, a big need, then I'd be really bummed out right now, but I'm not. So, yep, going to play with Tom Brady in Tampa Bay. The pick is in. So the 49ers are back on the clock because the pick is in for the Green Bay Packers. Green Bay went Christian Watson earlier. They've also taken some defensive players, Quay Walker and Devontae Wyatt. Do they maybe go Calvin Austin here? Do they potentially go Calvin Austin to give Rodgers like another speedy guy? Sean Ryan. So I do have to update my top 5 board. Sean Ryan goes here. Played tackle at UCLA, but he projects to guard. I know they lost Lucas Patrick in free agency, so potentially that's a replacement there. So who is the next one on my list? Is actually Nick Cross. So these are my 5 best available. Perry and Winfrey would essentially replace DJ Jones. Tariq Woolen would add some depth at cornerback. David Bell, Calvin Austin, depth at receiver. I like David Bell's size. I love Calvin Austin's speed. Nick Cross, of course, we have a need at safety as well. The pick is in for the 49ers. So the Panthers are now on the clock. Panthers are on the clock. The pick is in for the Niners. We got Dr. Disrespect coming out to make the pick. He's rocking you got the George Kittle. Dr. Disrespect. Oh, wow. Let's see who the Niners go with. That's super funny. Dr. Disrespect picking for the Niners. Tyrion Davis Price. Running back, LSU. Tyrion Davis Price. Running back, LSU. Well, I hope he's really good. I hope he contributes to the offense. Can never have enough running backs. You know, who needs Jerome Ford or Pierre Strong in the 4th round when you can get Tyrion Davis Price at pick 93? Look, I actually didn't really scout him too much, so I really shouldn't be too harsh on it. You know, I just really liked. I think we had other needs. At running back, I liked other players at this position a lot more. So yeah, Tyrion Davis Price. Now we do pick again in about 10 picks time. So the pick is in for the Panthers and the Bengals. I don't know. I don't know. I do not know what to say to that. I hope he does really well, obviously, and yeah. I'm going to check the Draft Network and see. Not that that's the be all and end all, but just to see where they had him ranked. Ranked number 207. Let's see where. Yeah, I'm just, and I don't know what else to say. Oh, God, what was that? Because they have a good track record, but not the pick I would have gone with. I mean, do we have a good, we drafted, we drafted Trey Sermon, who didn't look great as a rookie. We got Elijah Mitchell later, but yeah, I'm a little mad, you know. I'm not ecstatic about it, but what? Yeah, I mean, I would have. Okay, let's move on to the next pick. There still should be some good players available. 172 on PFF. Huh. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, let me go to ESPN. Overall rank 175. He's average in pass protection. He's impatient. Ball security is an issue. Ball skills are inconsistent, but he has top end speed. So, gotta like the speed, but yeah, I'm very disappointed with that. Very much bummed out. What in the world is that? Whoops. Ugh, God. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, friggin' ridiculous. Matt Corral goes to Carolina. So that all but confirms that Jimmy Garoppolo will not get traded there, because to me, I think Matt Corral could ultimately be a better version of Jimmy Garoppolo. Yeah. And Matt Corral was my number one guy. So not great. Look, you never know what can happen with some of these picks, just because, like when we took Dre Greenlaw, that was actually a pick that was heavily criticized at the time. And then he's turned into a very solid player in the 5th round. But I don't know if we've had a good, Christian, I don't disagree with you that often. I just don't know if we've had a good track record with running backs. When you also go back to Joe Williams, Trey Sermon hasn't looked that great. Elijah Mitchell's been fantastic for us in his rookie year. And then Hasty's been okay. Wilson getting him solid. But I just think that's not a good pick. If I was doing immediate grades for every pick, I'd have to give that a D, just because he does have top-end speed. But beyond that, inconsistent with carrying the ball. Not a great pass catcher. Not a great blocker. So I don't expect him to contribute much. But look, I hope that there's a video where I eat my own words. I'm a Niner fan, so of course at this point I'm going to root for him to succeed, obviously. And hopefully he comes in and is phenomenal. I'll just have to trust the front office in that, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I mean, it could be basically like a Raheem Mostert type guy. Yeah, I mean, I know that Greenlaw, was a 5th round pick, but even at the time, it was I think it was Greenlaw was somewhat criticized But hey, he turned into a good player. And look, we have another pick coming up very soon, and maybe we can get someone else who's on this list. I'm curious about Perrion Winfrey, though, why he's still available. That's just really, really odd to me. Yeah, just a little wild. So the Bengals selection is coming in right now. The Colts are on the clock. Then just another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, about 8 picks. Zachary Carter for Florida. I'm shocked that this guy has gone before Perrion Winfrey. Actually pretty solid though, Zachary Carter. I know the Draft Network was higher on him than some other places. 8 sacks in 2021, so that's really solid, especially from playing defensive tackle, but also looks like he can play a little bit on the edge too. Maybe a little bit similar to like a DeMarvin Leal type player. Can kind of be a little bit versatile, so he can play all 3 downs. Yeah, I think solid pick there for Cincinnati. Now, when I look at who is available in a few picks, there's a trade here. So the Colts were on the clock. That now goes... Oh, never mind. The pick is in for the Colts. So now that puts the Lions on the clock. This is pick 96 coming up. The Niners are pick 105. He's not that speedy. He's practically last year, OSB. Yeah, I got to watch some more things. I really didn't watch much of him at all, to be honest with you. So just because I was a lot higher on other guys. Pierre Strong, Jerome Ford, Rashad White. So yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by that. But the Colts pick right here, they have done quite well, I think, in this draft. Nick Cross goes, and now we don't get a safety. Just perfect. God darn it. Freaking damn it. So I have up next is Zach Tom. Oh well. Oh well, that's just perfect. Oh frick. Not real. I mean, I do like Drake Jackson in terms of the depth and like what he can do. Of course, there are some questions about him, but I definitely would have gone in different directions. Tariq Woolen is still out there, actually. Plus, there's Damari Mathis, too. We do still have Kirby Joseph is out there as well. I know some people are big fans of Kobe Bryant from Cincinnati. But if I'm, at this point here, if I'm the Niners, I'm probably, let me see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's 8 picks before the Niners. I'd be happy with any one of these 5 guys on my top 5 best available. Oh, Velus Jones got taken. I would also be, if we wanted to upgrade the tight end, like the backup tight end position, to take some weight off of George Kittle's shoulders, we could go with Cade Otton or Jeremy Ruckert. In terms of wide receivers, Khalil Shakir from Boise is a really solid option. Donovan West, I like. Darian Kennard is another player who we could potentially look at in terms of upgrading the offensive line. So, but Tyrion Davis Price, I think I spelled that right, didn't I? That's an interesting one. So hey, maybe he could have some kind of nickname that's related to Tyrion in Game of Thrones. I feel like there's got to be a good joke in there somewhere, but he's not that short, so. Oh, my days. Trying to stay positive, but they aren't making it easy. Yeah, I think Drake Jackson.
And I think first off, keeping Debo Samuel, and it sounds like Debo is going to be staying from the looks of things. Not only that, I think Drake Jackson could be a really solid pick, someone who maybe doesn't have an impact week one, maybe, but I think down the stretch, can be definitely part of the rotation at the pass rusher position. Again, so many of our edge guys are on a 1-year deal or 1 year left in their contract, so it's just also security for the future. And I do like what he can bring if he can stay healthy. And gets the every draft, Ziggy, every freaking draft. There's always one. Like that was kind of Aaron Banks for me last year when I saw some of the players available, and it was like, Aaron Banks, huh? Okay. But hey, look, if Aaron Banks comes in now and starting left guard, and if he can play really well, then I would have absolutely been wrong there. And I'll be happy to admit if Tyrion Davis Price, I'm going to call him TDP for short now, if TDP can come in and be like a really solid contributor, then look, I will absolutely eat my own words, and I'll be like, hey, I was wrong, and so we're every single draft expert. So there we go. Okay. I don't know why it's taken so long right now. The pick has been in for Detroit for a freaking while now. What is taking so long here? Oh, Barry Sanders is making the pick. Come on, Barry Sanders was super fast. Get him out there, make the pick. Still a lot of good players left. Just feel like it was a big reach, and they could have gotten him in the 4th or 5th if they really liked him. I completely agree, Christian. 49ers Ultimate Report. What is up, man? I'm actually going to be going live on his channel a little bit later tonight. If that's still happening, Ultimate Report. But yeah, I'm not really happy either. I like Drake Jackson. I think he's going to be a good depth. I would have gone Nick Bonito in that spot. Kirby Joseph just goes to the Detroit Lions. Kirby Joseph. I think I have him on my list right here. But yeah, I'm not really happy at all with the TDP pick. So I think if we were going to go in that direction, it could have been a lot later. I don't think running back was the need on day 2. And yeah, same with Jimmy Evergain. There's 1 or 2 passes that are just awful. So I agree. And I'll be happy. Again, I'm happy to admit if I'm wrong. I really hope that Davis Price proves me wrong. It's just a little, just underwhelming, I think, Sometimes you just, even though if you really like a guy, just look at the draft board, look at the value, but then again, you see the Patriots, and they just don't care about that stuff. So, yeah. Yeah, so Kirby Joseph is now gone. So there's really, at this point, I really like Verone McKinley, but I just don't think that there's any... Oh, I'm way behind on this now. TDP, yeah. I'm mad at... Yeah. So the Browns are now on the clock. And then we are about... the Commanders selection. Oh, and Chase Young. So the Commanders, they love their Alabama linemen. They took Fedarian Mathis. They've taken Jahan Dotson. And they took someone else, didn't they, I think? Let's see who they're taking. Chase Young has announced Brian Robinson. And 49ers, John Jay. Brian Robinson, that's your boy. I know that you like Brian Robinson quite a lot. When I watched him towards the end of my evaluations, I came to like him quite a bit too. I would have been much happier with him as opposed to TDP. But yeah, I think Nick Cross, Kirby Joseph, if we wanted to shore up the safety. Now I do think that this really opens the door for Jaquiski Tartt to come back. I'm quite stunned by it, by the TD. I'm still stunned by it. Like, what in the world is that about? But hey, there's still some options here. If we look at my top 5 available, Perry and Winfrey, Tariq Woolen, David Bell, Calvin Austin, Zach Tom, all guys who could very well, I have no idea. I don't know if anyone can look it up if Winfrey has some medical issues or didn't interview well or character concerns or what the deal is, but that would, for me, like Perry, a lot of these guys on my list would happily make up for the TDP pick. So it will be really funny though, and great if he comes in and is just amazing. Because if you think about it, Elijah Mitchell, 6th round pick last year, right? And this is me, of course, my rose-colored glasses, glass half full. But let's say Elijah Mitchell taken in the 6th round, and I think that was very reasonable for what his draft as a prospect. If we took him in the 3rd round, everyone probably would have been laughing at us, right? Be like, oh, Elijah Mitchell, why'd you take him so high? And then he came in and did what he did. So maybe this is the same situation. I don't know. Trying to be positive. Browns pick is in, and then the Cardinals are now on the clock. I know the Browns are going to take someone from my top 5. I just freaking know it. I know it. Aren't they going to do it? Yeah. David Bell. I knew these are the best guys available. And they need a wide receiver too, so I'm not surprised by that. I'm not surprised by that. Now to update my list. So after Zach Tom, we have Darian Kennard. Wow. Yeah, just I'm a little baffled. I am baffled by this, to say the least. Now, I know we're getting near the end of the 3rd round, and the Niners have another pick. So what I'm going to be doing is after the Niners make their last pick of the 3rd round, assuming that they do and they don't trade out of it, of course, I'm going to talk about that pick a little bit for a few minutes. Then I will sign off for the night. I'm going to be on... it may run a little bit later now just because there's still quite a few picks to come through, but I should still be on with 49ers Ultimate Report. So while you guys here in the chat, jump on 49ers Ultimate Report, his channel. He's a super good guy. He's also from the Bay Area. He knows his stuff, and he puts out content a lot more frequently than I do, and it's good content as well. So he's a great guy. My J Sanders, they are really shoring up their edge. Now, My J didn't really do well at all at the Senior Bowl, and then his combine performance was very iffy. Here's the thing with My J, though, is that on the field he plays pretty well. He has a lot of offside penalties. Watching a number of Cincinnati games, he was offside quite a lot, but you can see he does have that burst off the line. So My J, that's a really, really solid pick right there. So you gotta like that, for the Cardinals. If you're a Cardinals fan, you get Cam Thomas and My J Sanders. So you're really hoping that although you lost Chandler Jones, with these two guys, that maybe they can help make up for some of that. But My J was on my list right here. Although for the most part at this point, edge is kind of off my board simply because we don't really have a need for it. At this point, we have enough guys already. So the Cardinals made their pick. The Jets are on the clock now. Jets, Jets. And then it is going to be 1, 2. So there's 4 more picks to come in. So theoretically, one of the guys on my top 5 will absolutely be available. One of those guys. Give me one of those guys, and I will be happy. And then other guys who I'm looking at, though, just for some other options. Donovan West here is on my list. I would have thought he'd be more of a 4th round guy. I have Jeremy Ruckert on the list. Isaiah Likely, if we want to maybe shore up the tight end position and, again, relieve some of the stress off of George Kittle's shoulders. Khalil Shakir from Boise State. Kobe Bryant. And Nogbury, that's another one, but I don't think we're not going to go edge, so scratch that. Lycidas Smith from Virginia Tech, too, is another guard who would actually fit what we do here. So the Jets have made their pick. So the Dolphins are now on the clock. He ain't getting 500 yards, not in his first year at least. He will be the third back this year, probably. But then again, look, we saw it ourselves that last year Mitchell went down, Sermon went down, Mostert went down, Wilson was hurt at times, Hasty was hurt at times. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Whoops. That's a good idea. Christian. Let me I'm going to put the link here momentarily. Cool. So that will be the link for 49ers Ultimate Report. I will be hopping on that after I finish up here. With the TDP pick, what does that say about Trey Sermon? Yeah, maybe not great for him moving forward, you know. But then again, it's early to write him off. So you never know when a guy can get hurt and then someone else just comes in and really just shows how, like, what they can do. Yeah, I think so. It's definitely possible that. I mean, maybe this, I don't want to say it spells the end for anyone, but I think it could possibly push someone like Hasty or someone maybe off the 53-man roster. Clearly, they thought highly of him. They did also think very highly of Trey Sermon, and honestly, he wasn't that impressive as a rookie, but you never know. Players develop. Elijah Mitchell is really solid. Yeah, he's going to get his horse kicked. Yeah, I mean, for now, maybe. Why is this taking so long for the Jets pick? I don't understand. Yeah, I wasn't really a fan of the Trey Sermon pick, to be honest with you. Thought it was really early. Actually kind of reminds me of this pick, the TDP pick. So, you know, hopefully it maybe has a better outcome. But yeah, I still don't want to completely write off Trey Sermon either. I think there's definitely, you know, there's definitely potential there. They saw some things in him for sure. Jeremy Ruckert. So the Jets get another weapon right there for Zach Wilson. They added CJ Uzama in free agency. I think Ruckert's going to be a really great leader in that locker room. Also, yeah, a solid pass catcher, decent after the catch, good size. And, yeah, someone who could maybe be one of Zach Wilson's best friends on third down now. And the Jets are just... You think about the Jets now. They have Garrett Wilson. They have Corey Davis. They have Elijah Moore, Braxton Berrios, Jeremy Ruckert, CJ Uzama. They drafted Breece Hall. They have Michael Cart. They have a lot of stuff going on. So that's going to be good. Just, yeah, I don't think he's climbing the depth chart. Yeah, I mean, I don't know TDP going forward. Yeah, we'll see what they have planned, you know. I haven't watched much at all of him, so I don't want to say I know the guy too well, but he was just not really someone on my radar at all. For me, my running back evaluations later on kind of stopped with after Pierre Strong and Jerome Ford. I looked at CJ Verdell from Oregon, and beyond that, I wasn't too familiar. I know Zonovan Knight as well, but... So it's only a couple more picks till the 49ers are on the clock again. But the Dolphins pick is in. The Chiefs are on the clock. Then it's the Rams and then the 49ers. And then that'll be the end of round 3. Of course, I'm going to talk about the Niners pick, whoever we pick. And then soon after that, I'm going to hop off and then check out the link that I posted earlier, because I will be hopping on with 49ers Ultimate Report. We'll be talking about day 2 of the NFL draft. And yeah, I'm sure there'll be some ranting, some venting, and maybe that'll kind of misery loves company. Yeah, 49ers, yeah, John. So yeah, I'm gonna once the Niners pick is made, I'm gonna talk about that for a few minutes, and then I got the link. I have the email pulled up, so then I will hop on over there, and I posted the link for the video in my chat here. And of course, guys, go and subscribe to 49ers Ultimate Report. He is an awesome dude from San Francisco as well. The Dolphins select. I do want to go to the draft one year. Yeah. Channing Tindall from Georgia. So another Georgia linebacker. Wow, that guy played 4.47, 230. So very good speed at the linebacker position. I think he would be someone that the Dolphins ideally, yeah, you can see his athleticism, draft scores through the roof. Someone that they would hope can maybe guard tight ends. The Jets added Uzama. They added Jeremy Ruckert. The Patriots, of course, have Hunter Henry, Jonnu Smith. The Bills, they have Dawson Knox. They added O.J. Howard. So there's definitely some players, some tight ends in their division that they will need to cover. I think their hope is that Channing Tindall can be that guy who will be able to cover that. There's Mike McDaniel. I do miss that guy. That guy was great with the 49ers. Just loved seeing his interviews and stuff. So he's definitely missed. The pick is in for the Chiefs, so that means the Rams are on the clock. For the Rams, their first pick in this draft. Oh, guys, I don't know if you saw. So my video, right? I did a video on a prediction. My prediction for the Rams pick was punter Matt Ariza. The Rams don't have a ton of needs. The Rams don't really care what other teams do. They kind of do, what is it? They go to the sound of their own drum. I think the Rams could go Matt Ariza. They have Riley Dixon at punter right now, who's not great. I think they miss having Johnny Heckert when he was at his peak. My prediction is Matt Ariza to the Rams. So we'll see. The Chiefs are making their pick right now. Leo Chenal. So linebackers are going, which actually works out really well for the 49ers because we don't really have a need there. So totally okay with that. I'm surprised the Chiefs maybe didn't go for Nakobe Dean earlier if they felt, the need for that. But yeah, I don't really want to get my hopes up too much for the Niners pick because I have my best available, and then it's probably just going to all be thrown out the window when they pick some random guy, they pick some blocking tight end, who no one's heard of. The pick is in for the Rams, so that puts the 49ers back on the clock. The pick is in, so that's my prediction. My prediction is going to be Matt Ariza, the punter. Let's see if it comes true. I'm trying to think of obvious needs that the Rams have that they could fill at this point. I mean, they could always use maybe a guy to play beside Aaron Donald and Perry and Winfrey. Maybe they go Tariq Woolen, Calvin Austin, Zach Tom just to get some, Darian Kennard. I was really bummed when the Raiders took Dylan Parham. That was someone who I would have really liked. So the pick is in for the Rams, and that puts the 49ers on the clock. Let's see if Matt Ariza. That's just my prediction. I obviously am not any kind of insider, but this is a bit of a Hail Mary pick, I'll be so happy if I get this right. I don't think... Let's see. Steven Jackson. Yeah, he was a very good running back for them back in the mid-late 2000s. Such an honor to be here. Great. Now, you also have to understand that, like, people just want to hear the pick, dude. People just want to hear the pick. Pipe down. That's funny. Okay, dude, make the freaking pick. Always remember, blah, blah, blah. Bet on yourself. Cool. Send that in a tweet, dude. Logan Bruss from Wisconsin. Logan Bruss from Wisconsin for the Rams. Wah, wah, wee, wah. Wah, wah, wee, wah. I mean, yeah, there's still good, really good players here. Players who I thought could have easily gone in the second round. You know, I've gone through the names a number of times, so I'm not going to keep rehashing that. But, you know, Logan Bruss, I'm not, 0 sacks allowed in the last 2 seasons. So you got Andrew Whitworth there. You know, I'm sure he approves of taking an offensive lineman. Yeah, a lot of good players here. A lot of good players. But I'm just waiting for that blocking tight end, you know, that plays at, you know, somewhere. Pick is in for the Niners. The pick is in. Come on. So Roger Goodell will be making this pick for the 49ers. It looks like some Niner fans, or maybe John with the Rams fans. I don't know. I mean, it's the draft, dude. It's not... I love the draft, but it's not... You don't get, you know... Go crazy about it with the friggin' draft. All right. Oh, it's not Roger Goodell making the pick. Danny Gray. Danny Gray. That was someone that we were talking about. Danny Gray from SMU. I'm trying to think who it was earlier that mentioned Danny Gray. Was it Mike? I think it was Michael. A 4.33 40. So you gotta love that quick speed. Danny Gray gives that guy that take the top off, you know, the defense. 5'11", so bigger size than Calvin Austin. Can't be happy about this. I think this is actually a really solid selection. 2021 first team All AAC selection, 9 touchdowns. I think this is a really solid pick. Really happy with that, actually. Another weapon for Trey Lance. I think it's really going to help out, too, when we think about like the offense that we want to run, where when you have a guy like Danny Gray out there, you know, if you basically just send him on a go route, you can do a lot of other things. I'm sure he'll be, you know, you could even do end arounds, things like that. With that speed, it's something that you do have to worry about if you're a defense. Combine that with Debo, Ayuk, Kittle, and then the running backs that we have. I think it really puts a lot of stress. And the fact that Trey Lance can also run with the ball, it puts a lot of stress on defenses to have to cover a lot. So overall, I'm really, really happy with that pick. Potentially, I would have gone with Calvin Austin. You know, he's the guy that I kind of definitely did more study on and who I liked his game. And I think he has some more maybe special teams value. But I think to finish out the draft right here, got to be happy with Danny Gray. Again, just another weapon for the 49ers. I'm not too sure. Maybe he does have some special teams value, but I wasn't too familiar with what he's done there. But great weapon right there. And I think I'm really, really happy with this pick compared to especially the TDP pick. So, you know, if TDP is as fast as some of the scout reports say he is, and I'm going to do some work on TDP, just checking to see his tape and whatnot. Adding speed to the offense is sounding like the name of the game. We added Ray McLeod, who will hopefully give us better field position. But gotta love this pick. Wow. So we just hit the 5-hour mark on the stream. Danny Gray, gotta love it. I'm going to hopefully have a video out tonight just kind of recapping the 3 picks. I'm going to be on 49ers Ultimate Report as well. I put the link in the channel, in the chat. So definitely come check that out. And appreciate all you guys for hanging out. Give a shout out to Christian, to John, to Michael, to Tom, who was here earlier, Ziggy, of course, and anyone else who contributed. Juke joined. I know you were here earlier as well. Join me over at 49ers Ultimate Report. Just scroll up a little bit. You will see the link that I will be on. I'm going to be heading